You good, Chris?
Hello, I call this meeting to order. Piscataway School Board. Salute to the flag. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll. I'll just mention, my Vice President, Ms. Cherry, sends her regards. She's not going to be here this evening.
Sherry? Dr. Connors?
Present.
Mrs. Hawk?
Present.
Mr. King? Here. Dr. Nelson? Present. Mr. Patel?
Present.
Ms. Rivers?
Here.
Mrs. Sangaran?
Present.
Ms. Stafford? Ms. present.
Okay. Notification announcements. Hereby be it known that the Piscataway Township Board of Education has complied with the notification requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act for the announcement of this meeting, date and place on April 4th, 2026 in the following manner. Posting of the public notice on the posting board for the Board of Education in the Administration Building. Email notification to the newspapers serving Piscataway, the News Tribune, and the Courier News. Email notification filed with the municipal clerk at the municipal building on Holes Lane. This meeting is being digitally recorded. This recording is not an official record or supplement to the minutes and is intended only as a source of information that the public might utilize at a later date to familiarize themselves with the board's activity. We're doing the Winter Athletic recognition. Yes. All right, so license. So, tonight's student presentation, no, that's not right. Nope, that's not right. Wait, one more. I'll be back in 1 second. Nope, not that either. So, we will be doing our recognition of our winter athletics. Mr. Harmon.
Oh, Mr. Harmon, Director. All good. Thank you very much, Board of Education, for all the support for the athletic program and for administration. Since I've been athletic director here, we've been able to really honor our athletes, and this is something that we've been doing for the past few years, where if you get to the highest level of athletics in the NDSIA or New Jersey, then we get to honor them here at the Board of Education. So, the two people we're going to talk about today are both wrestling people. They made it to the highest level they possibly could have done. And I'm going to bring their coaches up and let them talk a little bit about them. But again, congratulations, guys. I'm so happy as an athletic director to watch the two of you in the 4 years that you have been in Piscataway and what you've become and what you're going to go on to. So again, congratulations. First, Coach Morgan, come on up, please.
I'm here to honor John Rodriguez. I've known John almost since she was born. I started seeing her when her older brother started wrestling in 2nd grade, and then she began in 2nd grade also. And ever since then, she's just been a pleasure to coach, pleasure to watch, and just a fantastic wrestler. Over the years, she's won multiple state age group titles, been All-American, and as a high school wrestler, unfortunately, she's suffered some health issues, some injury issues, missed her freshman year entirely. Sophomore year was out for about half the year, but still came back. They started in the region tournament and qualified for the state tournament. Her junior year, she was relatively healthy and won the region championship, the first region titles for a girl in Piscataway high school history, and was unable to compete at the state tournament due to health issues. Her senior year started with health issues, came back and unfortunately was not able to wrestle at her ideal weight, her optimum weight, and so she was, you know, a little bit out-muscled at times, but she just hung with everybody, all the way up and down the line. She almost beat the girl who ended up finishing second in the state. She got down early and came back and was giving her a real hard time. And unfortunately, she didn't beat her, but she still moved on to the region tournament, placed third in the region tournament. State tournament, she came in, again, out-muscled a little bit, but you know, she hung in there like a champ, that she is. And eventually, she was out due to an injury that put her out of the tournament, but she went long enough to place 8th in the state tournament and make the podium, get a picture with everybody, all the state place winners, and we couldn't be more proud of her. And add one more thing is, there would not be a girls wrestling team if not for John. Excuse me, she was the pioneer. You know, she wasn't our first ever wrestler, but she was our first real wrestler. And I remember last year I was at her house and talking to her and her mom, and they said how much they would like to have a girls wrestling team. And you know, that put the idea in my head. And as the season went by, I kept thinking more and more about it and said, you know, this is something we have to do. Not just for Jean, but for all the girls. And because of her, we went from just a handful of girls. We had 19 girls this year. And next year we expect to have even more. So, you know, it's a growing sport for girls. They love it. And it's all because of Jean.
Congratulations. So down here, there's a couple of things I would like to add that I have personally seen in the short time that I've been here. I've seen you compete a couple of times. You are dynamic. To say the least, your talents and skill sets are definitely going to transfer to the next level. I know you've already announced it. You're going to be going to college. That's very significant. Piscataway proud. You'll be alone soon. You're always welcome back. And that's pretty historic. You know, maybe you'll have one this That might be nice to see. So congratulations. That's a tribute to all your coaches. That's a tribute to your parents and family members. So we thank you for putting Stella on the map even more. So we're going to work for our young ladies. And you are an inspiration. And I think when we look at the middle school level and the numbers that we see coming up, we look at what's going to happen next year, you're always welcome to come back and give a couple things. Get a couple people.
I want to just thank you from the bottom of my heart as a bright, strong young lady that you are, getting out there and making sure that everyone knows that women are strong and women can do this. So thank you. Because of you, there's so much more to come for so many other young ladies coming up in the district. Thank you so much.
Couple pictures in here.
Now I'd like to bring up Coach Smith and Mr. Love. Come on up, buddy.
Thanks to everyone at the board and Mr. Baldessano and Mr. Hunter for setting us up and having us here tonight. Back again, second year in a row with John and Sean. As a coach of both, I'm super proud of not only the type of wrestler that they become, but the type of young men and young women that they are. They're leaders for our team, they're leaders for the school and the senior class, and in general, they're a great representation of what Piscataway has to offer, moving on to the next level. Great representation of the high school, the community, and everything. As far as Sean's wrestling side, leadership qualities, both of them have amazing leadership qualities. Sean, he is, typically we don't let an underclassman become a captain. They're still learning the ropes and coming into their own, but we made him a captain as his sophomore year here at the high school. So he's been a captain for the team for 3 years straight, and in my opinion, and my assistant coaches alike, he's become the best leader and captain that we've had in my 13 years here coaching and teaching here at Piscataway High School. it's just how he is, his personality. He gets everyone involved, all the way from the upperclassmen, the better wrestlers, all the way down to the younger kids, the freshmen, the JV wrestlers. He's always kind of making everyone feel like they're needed and they're involved. I remember a couple of times we had matches. You'd think that being our star wrestler, one of the best guys, his warm-up routine is impeccable, is perfect. I've seen him skip part of his warm-up to give pointers to younger kids and give pointers to JV wrestlers. I've seen him filming JV matches with his phone because he asked Sean to film it. Sean sitting with a smile on his face, like, oh my God, I'm helping out. So a lot of times you don't see that from very high-level Division I athletes. But that just speaks to his personality, the type of young man that he's become to be. That's a testament to how he was raised, his parents. It's a very involved family. They're very supportive of him and his endeavors and wrestling and everything else that he does. 3-sport athlete, star on the football team, very good track athlete, obviously an amazing wrestler, lifelong wrestler. But as far as his accomplishments aside, again, what he's been able to do for our team, being the face of the team, you kind of have a little bit of extra pressure put on you, you would think. But we never really saw it from Sean. He kind of embraced it and took it on as a positive thing, a positive way to push his mindset, his ideas on his teammates and on our program. And one thing, it's again, small detail, but I took notice of it. Early on, even last year and this year, early on in the season, he was the first person I heard thank the bus drivers when we get off the bus stop and wave. Thank you for taking us, thank you guys for getting us there safely. He kept doing it, And I noticed, I started hearing it more and more from other kids that got off the bus. Even before Sean would get off the bus, I'd hear from other kids. And by the end of this year, about 3/4 of the team getting off the bus for our last away then said, thank you to the bus driver. That small little detail speaks to his character and how infectious his positivity and his appreciation for anyone helping, or adults, elders, coaches, teachers, administrators. It just speaks to the type of person he is and what he has to offer to the world in the next level, the next school that he goes on to. But yeah, I just want to thank him for letting myself and our coaching staff be a part of his journey and to help him become, the great young man that he is, a great, amazing wrestler that he is. Accolades: Sean was a 2-time county champ, 3-time finalist. He's a 3-time district champ, which he kind of followed in the footsteps of some of his other mentors. I've coached 3-time district champs. He's our most recent one. This year he placed 3rd in the region, and then went on to the state tournament. And in the state tournament, he avenged his one loss in the region tournament, which was a big obstacle for him. He was nervous going into the match, but still he knew what he had to do. He stayed focused. He did enough to win, and he did enough to make a statement. And then Sean went on to the semifinals, and I'll tell a quick story because I told him before, he deserves it. In my mind, Sean did the hardest thing a high school athlete could do. Everyone in wrestling, everyone grows up, you want to be a state champ. You want to be a state champ. It's your goal, it's your dream. But when you actually are in the position and you're good enough and you have the skills to be a state champ, there's a lot more pressure on you. And not a lot of kids are in that position. But Sean was in the perfect weight, the right body type. He's big for the weight, he's strong, he's mentally tough. Just every aspect is all coming together perfectly. He was in a spot where he could make the finals, and he could and should be the state champ for New Year's. Which, for those of you that don't know, wrestling is basically winning the MOC for track, for swimming, for all the other individual sports. And he was so close to doing that in the semifinals against the eventual state champ. He wound up getting taken down in overtime, so he did lose, unfortunately. But just seeing the type of character that he has. His dreams were crushed, everything was just full, it just fell apart right in front of him. Within 10 minutes, he laced up his shoes, started running, had to lose weight. That's the part of wrestling that, these higher level guys have to do. You gotta make weight for the next day. If you don't, then you can't participate. So that night, all night, and the next morning, worked out, lost the weight with, again, his dreams just crushed, but now he had a new goal to achieve. Now he had to go on and beat the next guy. And in the morning, woke up, made weight by 0.1, I think. He just made it. So that was a nice weight off his shoulders. Wrestled amazing, won his next match. Then in his third place match, had the kid who beat him previous week in districts, transferring from Pennsylvania. Again, wrestled great, did whatever he had to do to win, scored points, wrestled his style, and wound up taking third in the state. And I think that's the hardest thing you can do, being in the position that he was in, overcoming it, a million different types of adversity, from emotions to the physical aspect. You're injured, you're banged up, you got to make weight now. And he was able to do it and come out on top, and I think shows how mentally tough he is. It shows how ready he is for the Division I level. Not quite sure where he's going to go yet next year, but leaning towards either Drexel or Hofstra, both two higher level Division I wrestling programs. But wherever he chooses to go, we're going to be fully behind him and really support him, and we're very proud to have shown up as our 3-year team captain and #1 athlete.
I'll get a couple of pictures. I want to just say a few things that I have observed. You might not know this, but I did see you participating in that and the work ethic. My brother wrestles, so I understand a little bit about wrestling. Technique is skills are very sharp. Wrestling aside, one thing that I've done is I've tried to get to know a lot of our students to prepare for it. So at the end of the day, no matter what your sport may be, people don't need your character. The coach did an excellent job of explaining the character. Every person I've talked to about you in particular has nothing but positive things to say. Now, I would love to give you that coach. I'm giving to that coach. Because it really starts there. You have to follow. So you represent Piscataway, but you represent your family, man. Kudos to you for doing what you do. That's both parents, all sets of parents. But you put the hard work in. The next level, it gets a little tough, but you already know you're mentally prepared. But you never lose sight of your character every man. It'll be a tough to benefit. Appreciate you representing.
Well, they kind of all said all the things, so I'm just saying, way to go. Be way proud. I don't want to make this any longer than it has to be, but you're definitely a great kid. I don't know you personally, but wow, is all I gotta say. I'm overwhelmed with all the confidence, so good for you.
All over there?
Yeah, we gotta make a bookend.
Wow.
Everybody smile.
Good job. All right, we just threw it down straight for you, but I'm running for Hofstra. I'm from New York. Okay, bye.
Philly versus New York. I don't like that.
I'm going to Drexel.
Thank you for letting us know. That really means a lot.
You want to go on camera and make it official? It's on the back of his head, so we can go. So,
He's going to Drexel.
you chose a great institution. What do you want to study? Do you know?
Kinesiology.
Very good.
Whoa, very good. What were we studying back there?
Nursing.
Go nurses! We heal the world. Thank you, love. That's from your nurse Nancy. All right. So I guess we gotta get back to some business. Executive session. Be it resolved that the board adjourn to executive session for the purposes of review and discussion of the personnel agenda, litigation, HIV monthly reports, and other matters pursuant to the law NJSA 10:4-12. Motion to adjourn. Okay. All right. We are going to all those in favor of adjourning. Any nay? session. Be it resolved that the board reconvenes for public session. Motion to reconvene?
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, we have our student presentations today. Piscataway Middle School will be presenting an abbreviated version of a mock trial of, let's see, Genghis Khan.
Yes.
Okay, so tonight the student presentation will be sharing information about, I just said that? Okay, Genghis Khan, about the medieval China representative, and Principal Dr. Matthew Ritchie is here to tell us more.
Good evening, members of the board, district administration, all of our audience members. Thank you all for coming. In the 4 years I've been at Piscataway and with Ms. Blanchett, my assistant principal, one of the things that we look forward to the most is this activity. Students get really into it. They wear costumes. They learn about civic duty in terms of what it means to actually be a jury member. Everything from what is required in an actual courtroom. This year, Ms. Blanchett and I actually had to chuckle because we actually had to interrupt a verbal disagreement between two of our 8th grade female students because they were legitimately arguing over who would better be a prosecuting attorney, which is a good problem for us to have really as a school. But this is how involved the students get to it. So in a little bit, I'm going to ask all of our students to come up. Right now, I'd like Mr. Demers to come up as the teacher of the class and give a summary of what exactly goes into it. So Mr. Sean Demers.
Hi everybody. This lesson is, as Dr. Ritchie said, is a big hit every year. It's always great to see the involvement. Just to give a brief summary of what it exactly is we say thanks to new historical and scientific technology, we have brought these dead historical figures back for trial, and our students get to take on the role of a lawyer, a witness, or a member of the jury. And it's always a big hit. Once that we do that, they have about 4 days to prep, whether that be getting their arguments ready, learning who they are, learning how jury works, all involved depending on the role. And the trial, honestly, the students get into it so much, it takes from 4 to 6 days to actually finish. And it's a big hit every year. We have our students, I want to save some information because they have prepared a bunch of incredible statements about what they got to do. And yeah, I just want to throw it up over the room.
Students.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Newton, and I was one of the defense attorneys during the trial. My job as a defense attorney was to defend Genghis Khan and the Mongols against the claim that they were uncivilized rulers by the prosecution. During the trial, I learned about the American judicial system and how it works, while also being able to learn about historical events and figures that otherwise we may have never learned about. For example, I learned about a lot about the Grand Prince of King, who was the ruler of a big empire called the Human Rus, which was a major Chinese empire in the eastern part of Europe. Also, I was able to, from my defense side, I was able to learn about some of the good that Genghis Khan has done. For example, he operated under a meritocracy, which means that he makes the job of skill instead of like position or like being like the battle. Hello, members of the Board of Education. My name is Pierre Loico, and in the trial, I was a defense attorney trying to defend Genghis Khan and prevent the innocent. During the trial, I would bring up various witnesses like Kublai Khan and the circle of merchants to try and defend him. Throughout the many days that we did the trial, I learned a lot of essential facts about the court system during this lesson. For example, I learned about the different objections you can make, like relevance, speculative, and repetitive objections. This lesson can also help me to understand how courts work in the real world too. For example, if I was ever picked to do mandatory jury duty, I would have a better understanding of what was going on in the courtroom. Overall, this lesson allowed me to learn about the judicial system in a fun and exciting way. Thank you.
Hello members of the Board of Education. My name is Vinay Patel, and
civil trial. Well, I helped prosecute Genghis Khan, and I asked important questions about his actions in history and what crimes he was held responsible for. Being an attorney taught me a big lesson. You can't expect witnesses to give you all the info you need. You have to do all the clues, and you have to find the facts yourself. This project showed me exactly why our judicial system is so important and how it really works. I learned that every single part of the trial has a purpose, from promise the witness to tell the truth to the specific questions the lawyer asks. Creating questions for the witnesses made me feel like a real attorney and gave me real respect for the system.
Hello everyone, my name is Brunswick, and I was going to be prosecution attorney, trying to prove that Genghis Khan was an uncivilized ruler. From this project, I learned a lot of stuff, and one of them was I learned a lot of interesting people that I wouldn't have really been interested in, like Emperor Jabin or Prince of Tea. I also learned about our legal system, because I didn't really know that it starts with an opening statement, ask questions, and then end with the closing statement. So that was it for me. This project was also like the brain intelligence debate, because I've been a part of multiple debates before, but this was very good. I never had to only argue my point in the beginning and the end. And all in all, this project was very fun and engaging for me, and I could also see for everyone else involved in the project.
So my name is Rosemary. I was a prosecution witness, and I was Emperor Xiaobing. So as a witness, it was really fun to get into character, tell my statement, tell my story about what was happening. I also learned a lot from other witnesses, what they were saying, the different behavior from the Mongols, their different cruelty and violence towards the people who they conquered, and that was our main argument about them being uncivilized. So I also learned a lot about the judicial system because we learned about, as a witness, our influence over the lawyers, our influence over the jury, and I also learned a lot about the importance of truth in a trial because truth is really what helped us get our argument across and what helped us get justice. So I also learned a lot about the pressure, being a witness, getting questioned by lawyers, being in the hot seat, and it was really fun and really beneficial, and I learned a lot.
Good evening. My name is Aliana Melania, and I played the convicted Genghis Khan in this Remembrance movie trial. Conducting research and performing this task seemed to be intricate for me, primarily because I disagree with most of the things Genghis Khan has done. However, this provided incredible insight into his legacy. Because he established a meritocracy, promoting people from lower class citizens solely based off merit and intelligence, I gained a strategic advantage in play. Despite my loss, this experience reflects directly on the modern judicial system, where courts focus on objective facts rather than personal opinions or social status. Good evening, everyone. I am Alicia Patel, and I was the jury for the Navy Law Sciences undergraduate. And so we have the jury basically reporting evidence presented by the witnesses, and we use this evidence to determine a verdict, which is like a decision made to either decide whether the defendant, in this case Genghis Khan, is guilty or not. So this experience really helped me visualize and better understand how a court really works and the judicial system as well. It also helps me, taught me a lot.
You got this.
It helped me a lot in my note-taking skills because I have to take a lot of notes in class because of the evidence, so you can find important keys and ideas to help us determine the verdict. And additionally, by doing this project, I was able to, in the future, when I'm presenting to regular coaches, I would know a lot more and I would have a better understanding of the
So as you can hear from our students, the one thing that I can say as the principal who's overseeing this activity for last year, it's been very fun for us to learn how, as Alani said very eloquently, how so you get questioned on personal opinion versus historical facts, and also kind of looking at past historical events and today's technology, and really using the information that we have and bringing it forth today. So when Mr. Demmer said 4 to 6 days, it's a very intense, almost like week leading up to it, and then like the week of. So we really enjoy it. So thank you very much for listening, and everyone, thank you for all of your hard work.
Trying to group of young folks who are probably going to be some level of orators when they get to the high school level. But this is also a good testament of why history, social studies, whatever we may call it, is important in our instructional practices. Learning about the district system at such a young age is important. I think we also have some future goals. I'm a little nervous about one young lady.
That shows you have gumption, my dear.
Yeah.
Rosemary? Ariana? Alicia? Naman? Rayon?
Alright, I just wanted to also comment as I see all of you guys working together, not only learning the judicial system, this is also part of your civic duties, right? As Americans, we are able to engage in this judicial system, whether we're the lawyer, the witness, the juror, and there's so many avenues that we have, and it's our, it's our responsibility to do that. So this is one piece of being a real good civic-minded person, and I'm just so grateful that your teacher, your principal, and your parents, and everybody here in the district is really making sure that we have really civic-minded individuals coming out of our schools here in Piscataway. So thank you so much, everybody. And now it's speaking time.
Let's do 2 rows.
Shorter in the front. Come on, ladies. All right. I'm in the first row because I'm Oh yeah, hop in. Hop in the window. No, you do it on the tummy. Yes, there you go.
Okay, everybody ready? Smile.
Parents, anybody? Pictures? Yes, come on, parents. I know you want pictures. I'm a parent. Ready? And let the paparazzi begin. Get in there, moms. Yep. You got it. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. Let's take a picture. No, just over here. Yeah.
One more time, everybody, can smile.
All right. I just want to All right. Good job. Thank you so much. Thank you.
girls too.
No, that's one. Yeah, that's a big one.
You did good, Mom. You did a good job.
All right, so we're ready to continue our meeting here. Next, we have our student representative report, Mr. Tyler West.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Today's number, I'm sorry, sad, so for sad, we're doing at the elementary school, at the four right now, I think we said. We've done one other more than Grandview so far, we still have, I don't know how to cover, we could do Monday. But we go to all the elementary schools and we give an assembly to the kids, to the assembly. And we basically just give them an assembly and do a safe, so crossing the road, listening to the crossing laws, what to do when they're driving their bikes, stay safe, watching the car, passing by, so, yeah, we do that, we clean up the first part of the day, and then we spend the rest of the day just with the kids at recess. So we're continuing that, and we got music, like I said, and then in high school, things like that every year, there also is some interest meetings happening for the fall sports. So I know cross country is happening for girls, and then there is one for next year's soccer team, also girls and boys, that sports. Also from the towards the end of the year, prom is happening, and it's a trip, so all the girls, trips that are left, and they're from May 4th to May 15th, so tomorrow's the last day to buy tickets for the prom, and for the senior trip, and I'm excited about that. The Saturday PTSL fundraiser is going to be at America on June 8th, so 25% extra earnings will go to the PTSL, and that'll be from 4 to 8 p.m. In order for the earnings to go, you have to bring a little slip that will just basically say that's for the fundraiser, or if you order online, you do at the checkout, we do a form for you, and you go to the promo code section, and then 25% of everything is like that for them. In a little recap, we had a senior signing day, both for athletes and just for the school. So the athlete one, a bunch of athletes went to the gym, the coaches, families, come in, during the school day, basically like set up tables for them, and sign a picture, and then took pictures, and congratulating them at school that they're going to for the athletics. And then also for the seniors, just in high school, just going up to their colleges, we had a normal senior signing day for them. So pretty much the whole senior class got together, and cafeterias, all took pictures, many pictures, right? Also, as you guys know, our library had a grand opening, and a lot of you guys were there for that. So basically during the school day, the librarian did a tour of the library to every single English class in the school. So with 8 teachers, I had a little block in the period to go down there and just go to after the tour, we got to sit down there and just look around at the whole place and look at all of the what they're happy to. Circling back to SAD, towards the end of the year, as a lot of our leadership is senior, including myself, we're leaving, obviously. So our advisor, Ms. Benjamin, is looking for more leaders, so we're doing interviews for them. And basically, people can apply on the Google Doc, and then when we get all of those names, I think around next week or the week after that, we're just going to go up and after school, and we basically interview the kids that apply, and then we're going to decision on to see who will be the new leaders for next year. Also next week, this ad, we're doing a Six Flags trip for the award that we won last year, the $10,000 award for the video and all the things that we did in San this year. So we made another video, we submitted that, so we're going to Six Flags next week to see if we can win another $10,000. And then for another club, 50 Strong, just in the past month or so, they've gone on a couple more trips to a couple universities and had some more volunteer. And today, we just went to the next city to go to a couple trips over there. And yeah, pretty much that's what we
Thank you so much, Tyler. You bring so much to us. everything that's going on in the high school, keeping us up to date on everything that, so many different clubs, sports, different avenues for students to get involved. I appreciate everything you do. We're so proud of you. We're glad that you are here as our student representative. And don't meet just yet because my president's report is coming up. Okay?
So what does the SAD stand for, and how long has the program been going on?
SAD stands for Students Against Deceptive Decisions. It's a national club, so just the club itself has been going on for a very long time. But we've been plugged to high school last year, and it's growing very fast. It's becoming one of the biggest clubs in high school. And especially when the war money last year definitely has been allowed us to get a lot more to the club and do a lot more trips and everything.
I'm sorry, what was that? No, there's a June meeting, but, yeah. There's a June meeting. Not yet. One more meeting, make sure you show up. He is our senior of our two representatives, so. All right, is that it, board members? Yes? You good? Okay. We're gonna have, president's report. That's it. I just wanna start off by saying, really quick, congratulations to every single one of our teachers. We had Teacher Appreciation Week. There was also Nurses Appreciation Week. There was also Mother's Day in there. So, you know, that first week in May, every different type of woman gets recognized for in those fields, and some men as well. So, with that being said, I do want to say, I want to give huge congratulations to those that were the Teacher of the Year for our Educational Services Professionals of the Year, our supports, the School Support Staff of the Year, with so many different distinctions and dedication, different professionals within our schools, not just teachers that were being recognized during this week where, yeah, it's Teachers Appreciation, but everybody that's part of that team gets recognized during that week as well. So they do extraordinary work. They stand next to our students. They stand in the gap, whether it's, you know, your paraprofessional, your teacher, the assistants, everyone in the school. We also want to make sure that we appropriately name those people. We had an appreciation week, like we said, and whether you're a teacher, custodian, and everybody else, you are part of our team. Thank you. I would also like to say congratulations to one of our very own student representatives of the board, Tyler West, for being selected as an Outstanding Student of the Year for Piscataway, Middlesex County Secondary Principals Association. Tyler is an exceptional student and a community member in our school community. His role on the leadership board for both the Black Student Union, Students Against Drunk Driving, SAD, allows him to use his voice to bring people together and to create change. All while taking numerous AP and honors classes, he carries the same responsibility into each one of his roles that he takes on. He's an athlete, a mentor, he's mentoring peers, he represents students' interests, and congratulations, and we thank you so, so much for what you do here on the board and what you've done for us over the last 2 years. Thank you, Tyler. Another point that I just want to bring up is you might have noticed that most of our board members here are in the color green, and that is because this month is Mental Health Awareness Month, and we are supporting and letting everyone know that it's okay if you're not okay, just let somebody know. So that's why we're wearing our green. And the last piece I just want to reflect on is the music education, best music education program for Piscataway, 9 years running. So this is an amazing program that we have here, and such excellence in Piscataway to be able to attain that award 9 years in a row. So I really, really appreciate Ms. Rebecca Sterlacki is our director of all of our arts programs here in Piscataway. So we really, say thank you to her and all the educators in the music, arts, and all those departments. We really appreciate all that you do. Lastly, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without volunteers. All of my colleagues here on the board are volunteers. We're volunteering our time here as board members. And we had an amazing volunteer recognition night a couple Mondays ago. And, Tuesday, it was Tuesday, that's right. So we wanted to just say, anyone who didn't get to attend that event, we really appreciate all you do to make Piscataway run. Thank you. We're going to move on to superintendent's report.
Peace and blessings. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Peace and blessings. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
As many people is in the house tonight, we should be much louder than that. I'm gonna go a little out of order, so because I want to recognize our students and continue this theme of highlighting what we do here for our students and our staff. For those that know, been around me for a while, my mantra is we put students at the center of all of our work, and students are first. In order to create great students, we have to have great educators. So I want to echo the sounds, leaders as well, and I'm going to echo the sounds of our board president who talked about teacher appreciation. This is a profession that does not get the credit that it deserves, and it's not necessarily going to be the most well-paid profession. If you do this profession, do it from your heart. Every day when our teachers come here and do the work that they're doing from their heart. And it's evident when you look at the students who have been put forth tonight. Those who are in the audience, and this are two student athletes who are recognized for their, not just their athletic excellence, but also just being great human beings. A byproduct of their parents, their household, their families, their large circle, but also the Piscataway educational family support them. You just got finished seeing our students from Piscataway present. Those are 8th grade students, articulate, prepared for high school, strong, confident, very boisterous, and I like that, I love it. And that's another sign of good educators getting them to that point where they need to be at. And now I want to continue that theme of how we highlight and showcase students, but also by what the leaders and educators who are in their lives are doing. This last few weeks, I've had the pleasure of accompanying many of our students to some recognition events. I just mentioned Tyler. I've spoken about Tyler a couple of times in the last few board meetings. I've seen Tyler throughout the course of the time that he has, my short time of being here, but just what he's in the classroom, hallways, sad, on the basketball court. Tyler epitomizes what Piscataway is all about. Again, family first, but it also reflects just when he gets into the classroom and you pour into him, look what comes. Now, he made a decision to attend the Ohio State University. Full ride. It's not the University of South Carolina. However, it's still a Big Ten institution, and I'm sure that the Ohio State University Buckeye family is going to welcome you and realize that you're a special individual. And we've all started here in Piscataway. So put your name on the map and continue doing the great things that you've done. So we salute you and we thank you. So I say that from me to you again. And I'm sure on graduation day in a few weeks, almost 4 weeks, 5 weeks.
Yeah.
It's going to be an exciting moment for you. But just one of them, I'm sure we're going to be calling you Dr. Tyler West in the future.
Yes.
We go to our senior. I'm working a little backwards order. Is Sophia Abdul here tonight? Please come forward. That's not often. We'll go to the podium. So I want everybody to see what you turn to our audience. I want everybody to see who you are, what you should do. I need the mic, so it's good right here. Ms. Sophia Abdul is a rising senior in Piscataway. And I'm going to read her accolades, but this is a significant accomplishment. She's been accepted into the highly competitive Governor School of Sciences at Duke University. This 3-week tuition-free residential program brings together some of New Jersey's most talented high school students for an immersive experience in advanced science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM research. High school students in New Jersey apply in their fall or their junior year for participation in the following centers. This rigorous application process considers grades, letters of recommendation, extracurricular activities, PSAT, SAT scores, and a demonstration of an ongoing interest in science. Established in 1983, the Governor's School of Sciences offers participants the opportunity to engage in rigorous college-level activities and coursework, alongside the work of scientists, researchers across the state. This year's program will run from July 12th through August 1st on the campus of Brunswick University in Madison, New Jersey. Sophia was selected from a pool of exceptional applicants across the state with only 60 students, 60 total earning a spot at this year's Government School of Science. Congratulations. That board member right there might really be scientist. Principal Balsano, would you like to come up and say any words or be a part?
You said it pretty well. And you said it pretty well, Mr. Glover, but just I want to re-emphasize how competitive getting into the governor's school is. We have students apply. We usually have a couple of students apply every year, but we don't always have a student get in. So to do this, I cannot undersell what an accomplishment this is. So congratulations to you and the work that I know you've put in because you earned this. So congratulations again, and make us proud.
And what do you plan on studying post-secondary when you get out of high school?
Going back there.
You did that on purpose.
Oh yes, very excited. Dr. Connor's so excited.
But for real though, recognize that. That's a great recommendation. Dr. Connor is very well recognized in the area of science. We definitely make sure because we love the staff, we love our students. So I'm sure if you lean on him, he'll make sure he's not going to lean on you.
It's a fine school. It's a fine school.
There's a little rivalry right now. We can't figure out between South Carolina and UConn. Right now, one up this year. So let's take a picture. Parents, you want to join?
I want to just shout out the parents and just say thank you so much for making, education so important and making sure that whether you're, a short Puerto Rican girl or a really tall, nice young lady like she is, you can do science. So thank you. You got us all?
Thank you.
Just so you know, we believe in science.
Madam President.
Oh,
We're not done. Okay, good. Appreciate you. So I announced this last week, but I'm going to announce it again. Our students here. Mr. Tyrell, come up, please. We talked about this last time, but this goes back to just the competitive nature of our students in the academic space. Great athletes, yes, but I say with it, triple A, right? We have the academics, we have the arts, and we have athletics. And we tend to be great in all those areas. This is another testament. Tyrell has been selected to participate in the highly competitive Rutgers Youth Enjoy Science program at Rutgers University. This prestigious program provides students the opportunity to engage in advanced cancer research alongside leading scientists and practicing physicians. Kai was selected from a national pool of 150 applicants for just 5 positions. Testament to his academics, it's also a testament to who he is and what, again, our teachers and educators, along with them, are poured into. This is a 2-year cohort. I will receive mentorship, hands-on research experience, and exposure to critical issues in cancer, science, and healthcare innovation. This opportunity places them among a select group of emerging scholars dedicated to making meaningful impact in the medical field. Now, the young lady to your left will be very happy to hear that. And again, Dr. Conner as well. Let's give a round of applause. The NAACP on Touching Medicine Piscataway helped sponsor this mutual graduation. I don't know what you may want to study in the future, whatever you're going to do this year, you're going to represent that.
I just want to take a moment and just say how proud I am of Kai. I think I met Kai when you were what, like 7? 6, 7, something like that. Right? No. I mean, this young man is extraordinary. He does so much in so many different fields, and the fact that he's actually wants to go into medicine just makes my heart beam. So I really am so proud of you and all that you do in the high school, in all different areas, honors, classes, making sure you're in the honor societies, organizing the honor society events. I mean, like, just everything, just all the things. Thanks, Mom, you're the best. Come on. Talented young man.
I just want to add, everything that they said was true. You are also just such a kind, wonderful human being.
Yeah.
That's important. So, as a doctor, future doctor, I'm just going to plant that seed right now. That bedside manner will serve you very well. I would let you treat me.
Recommendation as well as president of the school board, pediatric nurse practitioner, you know.
Don't go far. Done. Well, the principals of Cooktown, Gonzalez, Dr. Richard from Mathematics. Keep saying there's talent. We've just done the high school and middle school. Actually, it's coming out of elementary. Chris is behind the camera, but I want to acknowledge because he's also our supervisor associate. So, a couple months back, the United States Third Circuit Courts puts out this essay contest. I've seen it come through in my career in the various districts I've been in. It's a writing test, and it's about, of course, law. And this year, I said, oh, we're going to participate. And I was asked, well, how many are we going to send? How many of the students? These are 6th graders, I apologize. 6th grade students from our middle school. I said, all of them. So they looked at me and go, all right, like all 6th graders, and they're all going to write. Well, who are we going to select to select? Who are we going to select to send for them to review? All of them. Wow, who knows? So, if I'm not mistaken, the presiding judge who's in charge of this sent an email to Chris and myself. Over 500 essays were selected, read, reviewed. We had the highest in the state of New Jersey. That was cool. Then we get invited for, because you had the highest, we want to invite to reflective schools to like who are going to be the students. That became the challenge, but I couldn't send 500. But then it became a little easy because 2 of our students, after they read and scored them amongst the whole state of New Jersey, came in 1st and 2nd. Now the trip got real special because we're invited to the courthouse. They were going to be treated to lunch. I think that was probably a highlight for them. They were actually in the courtroom. Just for you too. It was the bus ride. Oh, the bus ride. That might have been the highlight as well. But we then had the opportunity to meet 2 of the students who, one, I wish I could show it from the camera on the screen, got a chance to sit on the judge's dais and read his essay. And so I sat there like I was a proud father, and I'm not taking away from you, Dad, but I took like, that's one of ours. It kind of warmed the heart. Excellent job. But I got a chance to review some of the other essays. And even our second place, hers was just as powerful. All the students did well. It's a testament again to our educators for preparing our students to be able to compete in any contest that they want. But tonight, I want to recognize two scholars. One from Cooktown, Mr. Amari Xavier, who came in first place in the state of New Jersey. Principal Gonzalez?
Yeah, certainly. The essay contest, and I get to know Maury a little bit, it lent him a voice, and he's a kind of a quiet guy, but it gave him a loud voice in doing his essay. If you get a chance, perhaps we can publish it sometime. It's just amazing on the articulation, what he said, what he was able to express from such a young person, but so talented. So again, congratulations, Maury.
Fortune was on the law, and I sat there and I'm learning. I'm like, oh, I was well read. Mark did a great job. But to me, the powerful scene, I know Dad and Mom were there and took pictures. The powerful scene was seeing Amari sit up there, and the judges, there were 4 judges. And this is the third, so this is the third, U.S. court, so this is pretty high level group of judges. And they were just impressed. And Amari commanded the days. He looked like he needed to be up there. So I said, I know where you're going to be at. So future lawyer. All right, congratulations.
He got to bang the gavel too.
That's always fun.
Some folks may sound moving slow, but I intentionally do what I do because I don't rush when we celebrate anything. And this is a moment that they should remember. Plus, it's live, thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people are watching.
Streaming.
Right? And it lives forever. So, our second place winner comes from Piscataway Middle School. Ava Vargas, please come forward.
So for those of you who ever have the privilege of knowing her, she 9 times out of 10 she's in the hallway, she has a smile on her face. And when we announced that she was the second place winner, I actually asked her, I was like, hey, this essay that you wrote, you won second place, and her immediate response was, I'm so excited because my dad and I were so excited to talk about this that when she wrote it, that they had a great conversation about it. And then when she submitted, she was genuinely so excited to tell her parents. So when we called, it was a very special moment. But ever since then, she has a beautiful smile, but she's literally been beaming. But the experience, what we really enjoyed, and Superintendent Dover said, the 4 judges that we met was 4 female judges. So it's really great for an opportunity like that because that doesn't really happen often here at the courtroom. And it was a great learning experience for all of us. And to see her behind the bench as well was a great opportunity. So congratulations.
Noticing the mom. I don't know if that one. Hey, please in here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
pictures will be up on Parent Square.
Picture two.
He's like, they're like, good job, excellent. There you go.
The best part of my job as a superintendent is to be able to engage in experiences with our young people, whether it be in district or outside the district. And a lot of times, our students get a bad rap in the elementary, middle, intermediate school because it just rambunctious full of life. And so that's part of learning. That's when you're figuring it out. And then you put a task in front of them and you see just how great it is. And then you get to meet their parents and you see the joy inside the hearts of the parents. And it just brings back all the memories. Anybody who's interviewed with me, anybody who speaks to me with me, I've said this. The role of an educator, whether you're a classroom teacher, school leader, whomever, is to make sure that from day 1 to 180, the entry and exit of each day for every child is better than how they arrive. If the student walks out not feeling better than how they arrived on day 1 through 180, we're not doing our job. So I salute all my educators this month. I salute school leaders, and I salute everyone in the households who are educating these people. Because we can celebrate in Piscataway because you're doing your job at home. So thank you for the partnership. And thank you for all that you do. Board members, I do have a report from Ms. Laura Heinrich that has to be done officially. But before Laura comes up, I was going to go through a couple of things, but Madam President stole my thunder a little bit. For those in the audience, Dr. Ritchie, can you get somebody report back there?
Yeah, there's that.
If you have not put this beautiful document that's done by Gary Miller, our communications person, that has some of my input,
Award winning.
please read it, because this is what talks about our district. It's not even, I'd say it should be a book every month because there's so much happening in our district. So please pick up one if you haven't. Send it via email. It is award winning, that is the truth, but it also speaks about what's happening in our district and recognizes our students, our staff, and our parents. Thank you. At this point, Dr. Laura Heinrich is going to come forth and give us our wellness report for the year.
Thank you, Superintendent Glover. That was just so lovely. I'm so happy to have been here and share this evening with all of you. So thank you. Good evening, President Salvador Cohen, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Glover, our administrators, staff, parents, and three members, all that are with us tonight. My name is Dr. Laura Heinrich. I'm the supervisor of counseling and health services for the Piscataway Township Schools. And I also serve as a district wellness policy coordinator. And tonight I'm presenting our 2025-26 annual progress report and assessment of the district wellness policy. It's our policy 8505. So this annual report is required under both our district wellness policy and the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act, which is a federal law that's focused on improving health and wellness through nutritious meals, healthy lifestyle practices, and physical activity. The purpose of this process that we enact is to ensure that our schools continue to promote student wellness, nutrition education, physical activity, and while maintaining compliance with the federal nutrition standards. And thank you for pulling this up. I'll actually go over this at the end. This is a beautiful photo montage presentation that was created by our district wellness student representatives as well. Each school has a designated school wellness policy coordinator who collaborated with our district wellness committee to compile the information that's included in our report that was presented to the board. Our committee included representation from administration, nursing, physical education, food services, parents, and students. Our wellness committee evaluated progress in 4 primary areas that are reflected in our Board of Ed policy. That's nutrition promotion, nutrition education,
physical activity and nutrition guidelines and standards. So I'm pleased to share with us all that our schools continue to demonstrate strong alignment with the district wellness policy goals across all grade levels, and includes preschool through high school. So in the first area of the nutrition promotion, schools throughout our district continue to encourage healthy eating habits and positive nutritional choices. Our cafeterias display age-appropriate posters promoting balanced nutrition, hydration, and reduced sugar and sodium intake. Our students are encouraged to bring their own refillable water bottles to school each day. Families have access to nutritional resources and menus through the district website and our NutriSlice app that's available to all. This app is very useful. It provides breakfast and lunch menus with nutrition and allergen information. It's available in multiple languages. In partnership with our food service provider, Mashios, students also have access to diverse meal options, including vegetarian, halal, vegan, gluten-free, and allergen-free meals. And additionally, our district continues the initiative that was put into place by our business administrator, Mr. Oliveira, last year, to provide all students with access to a free nutritious breakfast each school day. Second, in the area of nutrition education, nutrition concepts and healthy lifestyle practices continue to be integrated throughout the curriculum in our school and community activities. Our school nurses collaborate with the health and physical education teachers to provide students with guidance regarding healthy eating habits, serving sizes, food labels, and developmental wellness. Our schools also reinforce healthy choices through assemblies, our digital newsletters, and classroom discussions. And third, in the area of physical activity and wellness, schools across the district, again, that's preschool through high school, continue to provide developmentally appropriate opportunities for movement, exercise, mindfulness, social emotional wellness, among many other activities. And we will see several of those examples in our photo presentation that was created by our Wellness Committee student representatives. And finally, in the area of nutrition guidelines and standards, the district continues to maintain compliance with the nutrition requirements that are outlined both in our wellness policy as well as the federal regulations. Food and beverages that are provided during the school day meet the SMART snack standards, and any school fundraisers that are conducted during school hours also comply with federal nutrition guidelines. Additionally, our food service vendor, Mashios, participates in the New Jersey Farm to School Procurement Initiative, which supports access to locally sourced food products from New Jersey farms and businesses. So at this time, I will share the brief photo montage, and we'll highlight some of the examples. And again, these are really just examples, but you get to take a look into all of our different schools and the things that they do to promote wellness throughout our district. And we have here our student representatives. You can see Layla Simmons, Ariana Maki, and Abigail Stevens. Okay, this is Children's Corner Preschool. So starting with our very little ones, gross motor is part of their everyday schedule in preschool. So we have our pictures that show children outside on the playground. Another picture shows lunch in the classroom. In preschool, all the children eat lunch with their friends in the classroom. Finally, the last picture shows what they call number line hopscotch. This is a math small group activity to help children develop their number sense through counting and self-regulation by turn taking and jumping. We have Grandview Elementary School. The events displayed here are Walk Your Child to School Day, a family fitness night, a staff volleyball game, the Grandview Dance-a-thon, and a second picture of the staff volleyball game in action. This is Knollwood Elementary School. The first two pictures were from their color run in October. They said they had a very large turnout, and the staff, students, and families all had a great time. And the students never seem to get tired of running through the obstacles and making their shirts colorful. The color runs are always a fun night. And the last one is an example of some healthy eating habits posters that are posted around the building. Randolphville, in recognition of Autism Acceptance Month, organized a variety of activities throughout April. They included an acceptance walk held on April 2nd that featured sensory-friendly music and engaging manipulatives such as streamers and balloons. Parents of students were also invited to participate alongside their children, fostering a sense of inclusion and community. At Eisenhower School, the first photo features a third grade student who's proudly participating in the Boys 50 Strong Mentor Program, which is a collaboration between Eisenhower Elementary School and Piscataway High School, and promotes leadership, positive character, teamwork, and strong connections throughout our school community. And the second photo is a nutritional poster encouraging us to stay hydrated. And the third highlights their monthly CBSIS winning class enjoying a volleyball game as a reward for winning against the third grade staff. And that's a very much celebrated activity in this building. Arbor showcased their signage that they had throughout the building to promote nutrition, including in the cafeteria, the balanced diet, and encouraging breakfast, and the welcome to the nurse's office with balanced plates and a lot of different nutrition information as well. MLK also posted some of their signage with the posters and food photos taken from the cafeteria. There's also a King School volleyball team highlighted here as well. In Kanakamak, we have some pictures of the student and staff volleyball games. These are all from that game, except for the one on the top right. This is from a portion of the Black History Month Assembly, where students from each grade level performed a step routine. Then from Quibbletown Middle School, we have Respect Week, where it says walking in the 6th grade hallway. It's empathy is walking in someone else's shoes was promoted throughout Quibbletown. We have pictures of the 6th and 7th grade dance, and our 8th grade honor roll celebration, which includes physical games as rewards for the children that were selected, and also highlighting 7th grade Respect Week as well. In Shore Middle School, we have an after-school dance and an open gym event, a basketball fundraiser event, and an activity day where they play minute-to-minute games throughout the day, competition between grade levels. And Piscataway High School. There's an octagon pit you can see there that was actually built by the PE teacher, Mr. Michael Wadd, for a game that we've all heard of, Gaga Pitball, very popular apparently amongst the kids, and it's also used during PE classrooms, classes. The other picture is juniors making well-balanced, healthy meals using the MyPlate chart and the iPad there. And we have another freshman health project where the students were comparing healthy foods versus non-healthy foods options from the same fast food restaurant, which is Chick-fil-A. And they were encouraged to choose the whole healthy alternative with their calories compared to the non-healthy options. And lastly, there was a soccer tournament from the Spanish club. So again, that's just really some of the highlights that we have throughout our school, Virginia things each week, each month. One of the particularly meaningful aspects of this work, as you can imagine, is the strong collaboration between the staff, administration, families, our food services provider, and our community organizations and our students ourselves, and that was really showcased in our photo montage. And I really feel as the district committee chair that this reflects our commitment to supporting the whole child, academically, physically, socially, and emotionally, and beyond just compliance with the policy. We really supported the whole child, and it's really been a pleasure and a privilege to do this. As we move into the 26-27 school year, our schools have identified opportunities for expanding wellness education, family engagement, physical activity, mindfulness, and health and nutrition practices throughout the district. Some examples include additional family wellness events, expanded community partnerships, and increased nutrition education, and enhanced opportunities for movement and mindfulness throughout the day. So to end, I would really just like to thank our school wellness coordinators, nurses, physical education staff, food services department, our administrators, teachers, parents, students, and certainly the Board of Ed for your continued support of student wellness throughout our district. Thank you.
Madam President, before I conclude, just as I always said, we're going to connect this to our strategic goal. Everything that's been presented tonight thus far connects back to our strategic plan. So here we go. Goal, strategic plan number 1, focuses on our students. Obviously, hopefully you have been paying attention for the last hour. You'll see how we are recognizing our students. So we are checking the box for, it's not just about checking the box, but we can definitely say we are meeting the goal of number 1. Number 2 is equitable access for all. Dr. Hyman just mentioned several factors that contribute to why we are on the path to being a healthy district, and that means also equitable access, not just in food choices, but also in access to information. So we talk about diversity of language and others. Goal number 3, volunteer day, talks about community engagement. The goals are up here to my left. So we're trying to see, they're committed to my head. But having this community engagement and community access, or volunteer day, making sure we recognize all the volunteers, from board members and everyone in the community. By the way, shout out to all of our PTSOs, PTOs, PTAs, I don't know if I'm gonna miss
Yes,
whatever out
no,
there.
yeah.
The reason
Parent
why
organizations.
they paid for the teachers to have ice cream day, snacks, they treat our teachers right, and that's just a group of volunteer young folks, so shout out to them as well, they're volunteering their time. So again, that's time to goal number 3, and in a few minutes, hopefully, with the board's approval, goal number 4 will be evident and clear when we talk about hiring dynamic individuals. And I'm proud of what about that. That concludes my superintendent report for this evening.
We're going to personnel and labor relations, correct? All right. Mr. Courtney King.
Be resolved, the following motions identified as item A&G be approved as presented.
Can I call for a second? All those in favor? One roll call. Thank you. I got a roll call.
Connors?
Yes.
Scott? King? Dr. Nelson?
Yes.
Dow?
Yes.
Ms. Rivers?
Yes.
Ms. Stafford?
Yes.
Ms. Sagara-Pound?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And this is where we recognize our newest staff members who have just been accepted into our fold.
Welcome to the P-Way family. So we're going to do this, something we started this year. I think it's important to have folks who are coming into our district understand what they're coming into. And as many have heard me say, the standard is the standard. We do not change that standard. It's a standard that has yielded students who you have seen tonight are poised for greatness. So when you come into our district, you come in, this is the standard. I don't mind going higher, but I don't go lower. So for those who are arriving to our district as new, you got some big shoes to fill. The standard is the standard. So tonight we want to bring forth, let's start with our early childhood building. And I'm going to let the principal of our early childhood building announce a new staff member to her team. So I see that smile already. Just for the board members and the public, this was a pretty rigorous process. There were over 375 applicants that applied for the jobs of vice principal in our district. We're bringing forth 3 vice principals. And the first vice principal that we're bringing forth, now not all of them came before us, but we did see almost 70 folks in the course of the interview process. And the school leaders narrowed it down to their choices, and I think we're excited about what they're about to bring to our district. The standard is the standard, and we're welcoming one of our first vice principals who will be taking over one of our buildings. So, principal,
I'd like to introduce Mrs. Kiva Potts. Please come up, Ms. Potts.
So you have to get your P-Way swag back.
Congratulations. Thank you for coming today. That's how we do. Yeah.
Ms. Potts, you want to say a word? I know you have your family and friends. You want to say a quick word or a quick word? Not a minister word.
So the first thing I want to say is thank you. I truly appreciate this opportunity and just being in this environment today. I know this is not supposed to be, so I truly appreciate the opportunity. And go P-Way!
Next, I would like to bring up our newly appointed principal from Randolphville, who will bring forth her new vice principal.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stacy Mingo. I am honored, overjoyed. I can't even explain how I feel about becoming the new principal at Randolphville Elementary School. I am more than excited to bring on my partner. I know we're going to be a great team. His name is Mr. Kyle Gerkovich. Mr. Gerk, come on up.
I was,
I got you, don't worry.
So they already got the menu, the memo, color scheme, right? I love it.
I have this here.
Another great math mind comes onto the board. And rounding out the vice principal candidates, Theo from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. School, please come forward and introduce your new partner in leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. I'm very excited to introduce this talented body to the MLK team. I brought her some MLK swag. It's been in my pocket this whole time.
There you go, there you go.
Kyle, come forth and you can say a word or two. I'll be fair, a word or two.
Thank you. I've been a student here since kindergarten. So, and I've taught here for 17 years. I'm really excited to move on to this new role. So I'm really, thank you.
I'm just deeply honored to have been considered and selected to be part of such a prestigious district. It was the competition, but to be seen, recognized for what I have to offer, I look forward to being part of this community. So thank you.
So last but not least, we have a retirement happening in our district, one of our rare kids.
Oh, sorry.
All right, they got me, they're taking care of it.
Take care of it.
That's all right, that's cool. We have a retirement coming up in our district with our world language ESL supervisor. So again, steep competition and trying to, I wouldn't say replace, but I say someone who can continue to carry. But Dr. Baskerville can come forth and introduce our next individual. But he can also speak about the process as he's worked closely with our supervisor, Mr. Nisha. A word or two. Baptist minister, not that.
Good evening, everyone. First, we have Ms. Bernicia Jurado Moran will be retiring. And so as she retires, she's been a staple in our district. World language and ESL, just a phenomenal individual. A well-rounded person, but also a very skillful person for content. And so we were wondering, how could we replace her? Well, we did find someone who came to us who had a gentle spirit, very kind, and very knowledgeable as well. So we're going to ask them to please come forward at this time.
Thank you so much. I'm very honored. I'm always, education is just so important in my own life. It's everything that I do and breathe. And so when it became time to look for my next step, I wanted to stay true to who I am as someone who is a multilingual learner. And to hear just such the great things that are happening in Piscataway, not just for that department, but across the district. I'm just very excited to be here. And I've been at the board meeting twice now, and the feeling is just, it's something very powerful, and I'm just excited to be here. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you.
We're moving on to committee reports. There were 2 committees that met in this month of May. So I will have fiscal planning and operations, Dr. Tom Connors.
Yeah, the fiscal plans and operations committee met on Wednesday, May 6th, and we discussed the 2026-2027 budget, facility capital projects, and also 2026 budget, submitted for final approval by the office. This John Fallon noted that the growth is clear policy and gymnastic change to restore the existing budget structure. User-friendly budget book, and public hearing handouts have been posted on Facebook. Facility capital projects, Scott High School interior alterations, the media center and grand opening is being used for AP testing and opening during lunch period. PHS esports club esports room for upcoming spring. PSS HS intercom PA box system. The system is completely configured. District administration needs to test the notification features with the police department to test the coverage of the intercom system. All staff are using the new system. Town solar panel decommissioning. Solar panel will is expected to be completed on May 29th. Town roof. The project is expected to begin in 2019. Piscataway High School will Town solar panel installation. Roof repair specifications are packaged into a bid document for release May 19th. Contract award is expected at the June 11th board meeting. The repairs are necessary for the roof line to remain in place for the solar panel installation. Fellowship Farms, 2 school operations. This building, work has been done on HVAC, ductwork, and plumbing. 2 unforeseen issues will assist the change orders that will be applied against the allowance in the bid. The district is finalizing Unicom PA system quotes with the vendor. Project means on schedule for September 2026 opening. Mackinac Police and Solar Decommissioning, the bid opening is scheduled for May 7th, and the contract is over at the bid is starting on May 14th, board meeting agenda. Painting services and roofing board installation, the current bill bidder is a contractor that completes the painting project in summer 2024. Final commitment board installation quote will be added to the May 14th board meeting agenda. Transportation update, meeting with transportation scheduled on May 8th. District will close out consolidations and transportation contract renewal. Total transportation bid specifications will be added to the May 14th board meeting agenda depending upon the outcome of the meeting. Food service update, the district received a perfect review with no corrections, action findings, and the NJDA reviewers applauded the district for an outstanding job. The renewal contract with National Food Service will be on the June 11th board meeting again. Committee discussed food service negative balance totals. Mr. Glover discussed some recommendations that we should take to the committee and the board in the 26th school year. Made a board meeting agenda, that's agenda. And then see some contract renewals. Mr. O'Leary reviewed the status of various contract renewals, professional service appointments, and Mr. O'Leary noted the appointment of our professional service providers and the request for proposal conducted for special services professional service providers. New Jersey School Business Legislative Update. Dr. Conrad will discuss updates from the Jersey School Board Association Executive Committee meeting. Dr. Conrad and Mr. O'Leary reviewed the proposed benefit cost for resolution sent by the individual school boards. It was actually on our agenda tonight. The committee agreed to recommend the resolution, the policy legislative committee and the full board for inclusion in that on tonight's agenda. Business office update, our investment account, committee reviewed the skirt balance on the April 2026 revision, asset rebates, management statement, business office intern and maintenance intern. This excited Mr. Oliver from the committee that the business office will once again be employing a Piscataway High School student as an intern this summer. The expansion of the program, the maintenance department will be adding an intern.
We're also going to hear from policy and legislative, Ms. Loretta Rivers.
Yes, the policy and legislative committee met this past Thursday, and the subject to discuss the resolution on tax costs, publication of the notice, and second documents, and other policies. The committee reviewed and recommended that the Board of Education adopt a draft resolution prepared by the Georgia School Board Association, urging the state to provide relief in the right of employee health care coverage. The superintendent will discuss the district's 2% increases in health care expenses and how any relief from the state will not be felt until 27, 28 schools. The committee also reviewed and approved a recommendation from Business Administrator David Oliveira to implement recent legislation authorizing online publication of legal notices. District will publish its annual board meeting calendar and annual budget in print or online publication and on the district website. Tracking to Piscataway was recommended over mysecurity.com based on cost. All other advertising will be published on the district website only unless the district administrator opts for wider online publication in particular case. The committee reviewed and approved the proposed update to policy 9160, which was the comprehensive attendance at school events, addressing activities by individuals and organizations that sponsor events and activities. Superintendent Governor and Mr. Hoover explained the current plan for reporting and how this updated version will provide more explicit notice of the district activities. The committee continued to discuss updates to policy and regulations which will include the sexual harassment staff. Mr. Hoover explained that this latest version was limited to the requirements of Title 7 and Title 9 and recommended their approval to ensure compliance with federal law. A member of the committee opposed the policy on the ground that it did not properly recognize the rights of transgender and non-binary individuals. After further discussion, there was insufficient board member votes to approve the policy. The committee also continued to discuss the discussion of the mandatory voting for school board elections and recommended that the board endorse the resolution proposed by South Point Michigan Board of Education for adoption at the NJSBA delegate assembly on May 16, seeking legislative changes necessary to implement the mandatory voting statewide. Self-discussed with the committee, other resolutions to be considered at the delegate assembly addressing immigration status, how the program is implemented.
We're moving on to approval of minutes, Ms. Abdullah.
Be it resolved that the following minutes be approved as submitted. Business meeting April 3rd, 2026, executive session April 30th, 2026.
Ready.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Public comment from the floor. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and school matters of community interest. In support of this position, the law established a period of public comment at every board meeting. Individuals wishing to speak must state their name and municipality. Comments are limited to 3 minutes duration, but any individual may speak a second time after all others who wish to speak on a topic have been heard. The board may require that individuals required to speak prior to the beginning of the meeting Participants may submit written materials in support of their position. All statements and/or questions shall be directed to the presiding officer, and no participant may address or question board members individually. All speakers are requested to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect for the dignity and privacy of others, whose legal rights may be affected. Please note, while it is not the board's intention to stifle comments on matters of legitimate concern to the school community, the public should be aware of that if their statements violate the rights of others under the law governing defamation or invasion of privacy, they may face personal liability to the injured party. If speakers are uncertain of the legal ramifications of their comments, the board urges them to seek guidance beforehand from their own legal advisor. Do I have any individuals seeking to speak from? Yes. Please, Coach.
Hi, my name is Jade. I'm a senior at Piscataway High School. I know this is kind of like untraditional, but what I was told is like I think like 2023 they had a performance at graduation, and for context, I won the poetry competition at my high school, March Madness. It goes through every single English class, and you have people vote for you, and all the English classes voted for me, and I won. And then they also put my poem in the yearbook. I wanted to perform it at graduation because like it's very important to me and my class and my teachers. At the end, it is a callback poem. I showed it to Ms. Benjamin. If Tyler was here, he would co-sign me because he actually signed the petition that I have. I just came straight here from work, so I wasn't able to read the petition because I went to work straight to school. I have a petition that I can email to you guys. I'm also doing an online one. And a lot of my teachers signed it, some of the security guards signed it, Ms. April and people who run freshman seminar signed it, and Tyler, and you other seniors who were here, signed it online. But I'm going to read it to you guys. It's called Bill Cheeks. P-Way, you know, I stand here before you as not a classmate, not a poet, but a peer. And all these emotions are so severe, you know they say all great things must come to an end. But I can tell that we are going to be friends, so let's take a trip down memory lane, shall we? I remember the walks to the YMCA, I remember the walks as a group 2022 when we came to this school. No longer 8th graders who thought we were so cool, and even freshman orientation or million school tours won't help us understand the viewing maze we've all explored. I remember Friday night lakes from the Y to the field. I remember some of the tightest bonds and wounds that healed. 2023 still underclassmen, but man, are we friends. I can say this much. You definitely gave the adults a run for their money. Whether we're laughing till our ribs give out or wondering our future route, before we talk about finally being upperclassmen, let's give thanks because I used to be 11 and couldn't wait to grow up. Now I'm older, all we hear is 6, 7, and I think I've heard enough. But maybe I haven't heard enough because this letting go is tough. As we all move on, we let go of Go Cheeks. We let go of hallway seats and gym classes I sing. Where'd all the time go? I bid adieu to all the admins behind me and teachers in the front. You helped us find ourselves when we were on hunt. I bid adieu to all the wonderful club boards, presidents, secretaries, and all the above. I bid adieu to the track runners and jumpers that soared higher than them. I bid adieu to our beloved cheerleaders and football players, those old and new, those who left and decided to come back to the school. The wrestlers, the flag football girls, our beloved soccer players. Sorry.
You got it. You got it.
Sorry. It's a really sentimental poem for me. I just read it to a few of my teachers today. They were all crying. Our beloved soccer players, though we have golf as well. You know, I'll say one thing. If you're not graduating today, take advantage of our school because it sure is swell. I bid adieu to all the mentors, all the freshmen, and everyone who tried to help. Your favorite class is leaving. It's time to do things yourself. We will visit. I bid adieu to the Piscataway transplants, but especially the Piscataway homegrown. For some of you, this friendship, this town, these memories are yours to own. You've been with your best mates since what? Eisenhower, Arbor, MLK. It's okay that we may not all have went to elementary together, because I must say that day I walked in the shore, I knew that our class was going to do more. From advocacy to walkouts to group meetings and assemblies, for doing what's right and not just preaching it, for telling your counselor your wildest dreams, setting a goal and still reaching it. We have freshmen, STEM, SCAD, and even BSU, but most importantly, we have you. We have our history teachers, our English teachers, math and science too. We got art and public speaking. We even have the Haven, and when you're hating, they'll teach you to be a lover. So most importantly, we have each other. We have the teacher who could have been as loving as a mother, or the friend you made in gym class that later became a brother. We have each other. 2024, and we became juniors, which is funny to me because the only juniors I remember is when I first moved here and went to that food spot with my friends. You've made friends that'll lend helping hands, that'll go to ceramics or wood shop and build you extra legs just so you can stand. You've made a family. 2025, seniors. Wow. So class of 26, I call upon you like a siren calls a sailor. The movies will make couldn't be justified with a trailer for We Are Too Great, I say. Please don't ask me about my college essay. I'm gonna get on it right away, okay? I'm just grieving right now. Not just high school, but middle school too. Grieving the times we felt oh so cool, the times the seniors would allow us at the pep rally, the times we worked together for field day, the times the mentors just let us sit and play. I grieve. I grieve the teachers I say hi to every day in the hallway and the security guards I show my poems to. But I didn't write this for me. I wrote this for the crowd. I wrote this for you. So I'm going to say this for the last time. Don't be afraid to be loud because this is our last hurrah. We've made it this far and I can see how far we'll go. And it's to my knowledge that you do too. So, when you know that we will be greater. We've loved this experience, love our people so much that leaving sort of turns me to a hater. Man, I can't believe y'all really sending this off. Y'all some traitors. So the last thing I'll say is Chiefs. Hopefully, we'll see you later.
Thank you, Ms. King. Thank you very much. Very moving. So, yes. I wasn't going to say anymore. I was just saying, I was going to speak to the student, but that's okay. Yeah, I was going to do that. Yes. So, Ms. King, thank you for sharing your words with us tonight. Very moving, very touching, how much you have grown here in Piscataway. Before I start crying, I appreciate you and all you bring to every class. Thank you. Okay. Any other individuals for public comment from the floor? A motion to close. Okay. All those in favor? Oh, yes. We're closed. You go, Tom.
First and foremost, thank you, Jada, for sharing your poem that I've been waiting for about a couple of weeks. I appreciate the form that you shared. It actually sounds better than you read it aloud, so I appreciate you having us blessed with your words. And I'm sure there's a board member who's probably choked up. You just can't show it. You still got to maintain a certain level of dad. It's all good. I will have a conversation with the board members as to how we can make sure that we insert, I'm sure with the emotions that are felt right now, I'm sure it would go over well if I was to ask that you at graduation, but I just want to make sure we follow protocol and be very mindful of how we do it so that it becomes such a precedent in the right way.
I can also email you guys my petition from school if that's needed.
Email. Somebody asked about an email a few weeks ago, didn't they? They and I had a conversation about it, but good job, Jay, you're very talented. I don't know what your aspirations are for post-secondary, but there's something there that you might be on a big stage and maybe you sing your poems and works about it. That's T-Mark right there, from one poet to another. So, board members, I will make sure that we have a conversation, I'll speak to Madam President, as well as put forth to the board for us to consider how we can incorporate this into the graduation ceremony this year. Just being mindful of what kind of precedent that may set, so just bring that forth. So what's the right form and what's the right place for us?
Thank you. Okay. So, fiscal planning and operations, hard act to follow there, Dr. John Connors.
Be resolved that we don't have any money. No, be resolved.
I know, right? That made us laugh a little bit.
Be resolved that the following motions identified as items A through B be approved as presented.
Okay.
So I just want to say something. Every year at this time, this is a long list to approve, because the VA, they lists a lot of the awards of contracts, with services, designations, etc. So that's why it's such a long list. And I hope that everyone is taking the time to look through that long list. And but it's usually a May meeting that we do this. It's replacing the year. Another month to it. Yeah, additional, this is the majority of for the year. I just wanted to preface it.
Thank you. I'm trying to get to the end, so it's, I believe, a roll call. Yes. All right. Oh, which one is it? Yes. So, roll call?
Mr. Todd? Mr. King?
Yes.
Dr. Nelson? Mr. Cal?
Yes.
Ms. Rivers?
Yes.
Ms. Stafford?
Yes.
Dr. Connors?
Yes.
Mrs. Salgado Callen?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. Policy, Mr. Letter Rivers.
Yes, be resolved that the following motion identified as item A be approved as presented.
Second. Can you take a roll call, please?
Second.
I can't vote.
Madam President?
I can't second. I have to go second.
I need to second.
Oh, I think I can.
Madam President, before the board votes, the committee asked us to just give a very brief explanation of what the policy is all about. The policy, as the name implies, addresses attendance by the public at school events. We allow school events, we allow public to go to attend our events. This policy was intended to address the rare occasion where folks are coming into our buildings who are not necessarily part of the student-centered activity, but others that are below perhaps to use our facilities as backdrops or props, if you will, for other activities that they're supporting. And this is intended to put some guardrails around it in a way that is appropriately limited without in any way interfering with the normal activities and reporting that activities that we do. That's the intent of this. That's what we have this policy, so with that explanation, this is the vote.
Yeah, I do want to also comment to that, Mr. Rubin, that this particular policy has gone through quite a few different revisions over a long period of time. Pretty much all of the board members have heard of the policy, one iteration or another. And you see a policy show up here through the policy committee. It has been reviewed, vetted, re-massaged, gone through our legal attorney and all of the et cetera things. So once it's on here, it's something that we as a board are looking forward to actually approving. Do you want to have any, do you have any other comments to that effect, Ms. Rivers? All right. Yes, roll call.
King? Dr. Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Cal?
Yes.
Ms. Rivers?
Yes.
Ms. Stafford?
Yes.
Dr. Connors?
Yes.
Mrs. Todd?
Yes.
Mrs. Salgado Callen?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Curriculum, Mr. Krishna Patel.
Be it resolved that the following motions are required as item A through U be approved as presented.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Patel?
Yes.
Ms. Rivers?
Yes.
Mrs. Stafford?
Yes.
Dr. Connors?
Yes.
Mrs. Hawk?
Yes.
Mr. King?
Yes.
Mrs. Salgado Callen?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Pupil Services, Dr. Gail Nelson.
Be it resolved that the following motion as a part of items A through F be approved as presented.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Patel?
Yes.
Ms. Rivers?
Yes.
Mrs. Stafford?
Yes.
Dr. Connors?
Yes.
Mrs. Hawk?
Yes.
Mr. King?
Yes.
Dr. Nelson?
Yes.
Mrs. Salgado Callen?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Moving on to old business, I don't know if, oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. All right, administrative and auxiliary, Anika Stafford.
Be it resolved that the following motions identified as items A through G be approved and presented.
Yeah, I do wanna make one,
Second.
I want to make one note. There is a resolution in here that has to do with our board actually supporting ranked choice voting, which is, you know, something as school boards, we are actually being on the forefront of telling individuals in the community that we actually agree with and support ranked choice voting, not just for school board elections, for all elections. And we are going to be also supporting the South Orange Maplewood School Board. They'll be presenting that at the Delegate Assembly this weekend. And so we want to support them and see that we also will be supporting ranked choice voting.
Madam President?
Yes.
And also, item D, two hats, speak as a member of Piscataway Township Board of Education, but also as a one of the executive officers of the New Jersey School Board Association. And item D is a resolution from the New Jersey School Board Association urging relief from rising public school employee healthcare costs. This resolution went out to about 590 school districts across the state. I can see in the audience that they have the president of the Rahway Board of Education. And our hope, our aspiration is that all 597 pass this resolution, and once the copy hits the governor's desk along with other, from this leadership and educational excellence group, that it will be put forward faster to get more attention because of we can sit here, we can talk about our budget, we can talk about everything else, and I'm sorry we got jerked all the money, but it hits home with someone like me who's been doing fiscal plans and operations for years. And for the last 2 years, I have never seen, in my 18 years in the board of education, that healthcare costs goes up 40% across the state without anything happening, and school boards having to absorb that and then being passed on to property tax, to residents. I just think something needs to be done, and thank you for your support of this resolution.
So, I believe we did have a second. So, if we can have a roll call.
Ms. Rivers?
Yes.
Stafford?
Yes.
Dr. Connors?
Yes.
Mrs. Hawk?
Yes.
Mr. King? Yes. Dr. Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Patel?
Yes.
Mrs. Salgado Callen?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Now we go to old business. Do we have anyone with old business?
Madam President, just wanted to remind you, I brought up before, at the, conferring with the Madam President, Vice President, did sign us up for the American Legion Memorial Day Parade, Monday, May 25th. Already put our names in, and so you'll be getting an email from me about the details of that, where we meet, the logistics, et cetera. And so just putting it out there to remind you that we will be participating in it.
Thank you. Any other old business? Okay. We'll be moving on to new business. Yes. Ms. Rivers.
Yes. We have the delegate committee coming up this Sunday, May 16th, and I am a delegate from Piscataway. I'm presiding over the Delegate Assembly, and we just want to go over the 6 resolutions that the subcommittee has done across the state. Dr. Collins passed out the 6 resolutions. We're not going to read all into the resolutions, but we're going to read the beginning part and the recommendations of why it should be support the resolution or not support the resolution. I raised it above, so page 6 to 8, we can start at for that.
Thank you.
It needs to be the 6 resolutions, why everyone's getting themselves together. The first resolution is the South Warren to make the Board of Education with ranked choice voting being adopted. And Madam President already explained that we also had the resolution, so we, motion about the resolution for ranked choice voting. And the reasoning and the rationale for the ranked choice voting is that the recommendation of the resolution subcommittee recommends approval of the proposed resolution with substitute language to create additional policy language to include NJSBA manual position and policy education. The NJSBA believes school districts should be committed to ranked choice voting in school board elections. Does anyone have any comments, concerns?
I think, and as the policy committee, those of us on there, we did discuss this, and some of our community members did give good credence to why this would be a good, proposal for us to support. I am of the mind that both, everyone on our policy committee agree with it. I just want to make sure my other board members do understand and, agree with that resolution, so that Ms. Rivers will have our answer of how we would like to vote on that when she goes to delegate assembly. So I would just say, is there anyone opposed to the resolution number 1?
Resolution 2 is the County School Board Association immigration status, and that is mostly building student protection from ICE activities. So the recommendation for the NJSBA believes that the Board of Education has a responsibility to ensure that their school buildings are safe havens for all students regardless of their immigration status, and are not to be viewed as venues for immigration enforcement action judicial authority.
Yes, I agree with what the New Jersey School Board has written down, that they believe, and I also agree, that school buildings should be safe havens for all students regardless of their immigration status. And they should not be used as venues for immigration enforcement, and, judicial authority. I believe here in Piscataway, earlier, prior to Superintendent Glover joining us, we in Piscataway has created some, procedures and language around similar types of things. Do you want to make a comment to that?
We'd like to add a comment, excuse me. Earlier this week, Director Skip from the Piscataway Township Police Department reached out to myself and Dr. Lockman, communicating with us that they have been in collaboration and want to do more to make sure we're on the same page. So our local law enforcement here in Piscataway is on the same page and making sure that we're communicate about any issues or concerns. And there's some joint efforts happening across the state, but I just want to commend our own director here and Dr. will say, I just left a conference with my fellow superintendents in Cicada alone. The last 2 days, ice activity has increased across the state. And it's probably seen an uptick in certain districts. One of our larger districts in the state, we did have to have a conversation with some folks. So just put it out there, it's starting to tick back up a little bit, but it's still resolution.
Yes.
In such cases, there's a list of police law that goes on, that law for school districts, or the federal, agency allow, or block grants on this. There's a question of what do they need to get into our school districts, what they need is a warrant signed by the rep, not some piece of paper, sometimes they go up with the administrative warrants, which is very official, but they have no more legal authority than if they're have to court order signed by a judge, they're obligated to cooperate, absent that, they don't get into it. That's why we have very specific procedures, where the people at the front desk will hit the button, all the way up to the superintendent, who have sort of a hotline chain of command, and you can step in very quickly if there's something happening.
What about bus routes?
If they stop the bus, they don't stop the bus and get on the bus, they don't need a warrant. They will hang on bus stops, or follow the kids home, once kids are off the school property. ICE and law enforcement in general have the ability to go where the general public has a right to be. Any events that we have that we generate open to the public, we have the ability ourselves to keep it on. But when it comes to secure spaces that are open to the public, then you just a warrant signed by a judge, and you're going to get access. And the law is very clear.
Thank you. So is there anyone opposed to agreeing to, like resolution 2, correct? Resolution 2, yes. Anyone opposed to that? Okay, so we agree.
Resolution 3, the Economic Board of Education pilot program and for pilot meaning payment in lieu of taxes. The rationale for us, the FDA believes that increases circumstances where direct allocation of pilot revenue to school districts is not provided. Municipalities and school districts should consider negotiating community benefit agreements or other legal municipal fiscal arrangements to offset educational costs attributed to the loan.
I just want to bring that out to the floor. I know that every single one of my school board members is shaking their head on this one. And I know Dr. Tom Connors is really waiting to say something. So I will defer to Dr. Tom Connors on a fiscal matter and say, do you agree, Dr. Tom Connors, that this would be something that our district and many more would benefit from?
Yes, I would. And I've lost a lot of sleep thinking about the math on a lot of these things, and I'm not going to go into the details of it. But I think that will be a valuable resource to some of the legislators in this country to ask questions, because it affects your school aid. It just affects the community, because why would a municipality benefit more than the school system that it supports? Why does a municipality get to keep that particular portion of money in payments of the taxes? And there would be an argument that it's on land and buildings on land that are off our tax rolls. Well, we all said that children in the school, in our school system, in public education, and we all use the roads and everything else. And I think it's just fair that in these fiscal times that we have, that the school boards get a seat at the table in negotiations with developers when they come into the municipality, especially if it affects the school system. And that's at the heart of what this is about.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. Just want to make one comment to that. Having a seat at the table with these type of agreements would allow the school district to be able to offset some of the commitments that we need from our general community, so that we wouldn't necessarily need to raise, tax levies as much if we had some of these pilot funds redirected to our schools. So I'm definitely in huge agreement. And is anyone else on our school board opposed? Oh, yes.
One question. Dr. Thomas knows this. In the state of New Jersey, do some of the school districts get pilot money? Or
It gets confusing because payment through taxes can apply to both like warehousing as well as residential communities that are being put in. And so what happens is that there is the land and there's the building that goes on the land. A certain, you get the building portion you don't get. But there could be the answer is yes, there are lots of communities that have residential communities that have worked with the municipalities who have been able to negotiate that they get a certain portion. And I think it comes up in an item back at some, one of our audit sheets, a portion. There are towns that get, it depends on how big the development is, we'll get like $85,000. Right now, we're receiving nothing from the building portion of our pilots in Piscataway, and I think that that's where, here in Piscataway, we need to work on it. But around the state, it's happening, and our neighbor Woodbridge is doing this, he's been doing it for the last 10 years.
Ms. Rivers? Yes, we all agree with number 3.
Number 4 is the school funding formula. I'm not nowhere for finance, but I don't agree with the school funding formula, and the SBA we believe in an equitable distribution. I get that. Distribution of education aid and related support payments, which ensure that all school districts have an opportunity to benefit from governmental finance assistance. And was considered a school district unique circumstances included but not limited to circumstances that impact the school district's capacity to raise revenue locally. So I just want to make sure, I know we had our budget, right? And we talked about it, and next year allocations. So going to the delegate assembly, what happens with this resolution if we vote it up? Will the school fund formula change? Will it, with this resolution, when we look, so that's my question.
I'm a board member, Rivers, what I will say now, so we can end. The delegate assembly of the New Jersey School Board is a policy-making body. Each school board has a designated delegate and an alternate. Resolutions are accepted from school boards across New Jersey. They're submitted, they're reviewed by the resolutions subcommittee. So these recommendations are position statements or beliefs that can be, will be discussed and voted on to be added to the New Jersey School Board's manual of positions and policies on education. And why that's important is because the manual is used by the New Jersey School Board Association Government Relations Department when educational issues that happen within the state. The New Jersey School Board then has a position statement and policy, and manual of policy and positions that will advocate to the legislatures on now what the whole body believes. And that's what these are used for. And so the DA meets 2 times a year, November and May, and I just happen to be, these sessions questions is that I just happen to be right now the interim vice president for legislation and resolutions of the New Jersey School Boards. I was part of the submission of all the resolutions, of the review of the resolutions that got vetted by the committee. And then now I will be presiding over the delegate assembly and guiding us to whether or not we're going to add these belief statements to our existing policies so that they will be used to advocate for those positions for the legislature. So that's what all that happens.
nothing changes, that's what happens.
Yeah. I think in a little more layman's terms, it also gives the ability for all those who are the legislative updates and all those who go on to the legislator to go to our, different legislators and say, hey, this is what all of our schools really want and need, so that they can make some moves.
Yeah, historically, what's that?
So
Okay.
in November, right, another meeting, we're advocating, right? We're rolling around, I'm just going to listen, I want to have a scenario here. Next year's budget comes up, we have everybody says yay, this resolution, our governing body advocates in state, right? We have Assembly, Senate, where does the next step go? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, okay, because what happens now is, that's a great question, is that when we're talking about funding, we've got the Department of Education that is putting out reports about the school funding that Reform Act, and what are some of the possible changes to it to make it better, and what kind of actions can be taken. A lot of it is written, it's been written into law, and so the lawmakers in Trenton, what they have to do is they have to meet with the Education Committee in the Senate, Education Committee of the Senate. Then they all have to get together and they have to vote on those changes, and then those changes would have to be signed by the governor. So our piece is that, think of this as a process of the school boards at the local level, the grassroots, telling our legislatures where we think the changes need to be made to make it better. So it doesn't come from the other way down. So this whole delegate assembly, the whole resolutions add for positions for the whole state, which advocate those legislatures, so when they sit at these meetings to make the bills and make the laws, they know what local school boards think, and that's what it's about.
Since you're a senior here on the school board, I know you've been to many assemblies. Let me just, I have to rephrase my question to you. The GRA, what is their aggressiveness for the school board forming? That's
What does GRA mean?
Well, what do you mean?
I'm talking about the government solution.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you an example of something that is very beneficial. Our government relations director, because of past advocacy for New Jersey school boards on a variety of education matters, was put on the governor's task force on education for what matters to local school boards. So they have seen it, and they are, you wouldn't be aggressive, it's not so much aggressive as it is, their voice gets heard, and they have a seat at the table. And then it works that way, so the policies come, the data comes from us all the way through. I hope I
Yes,
answered your question.
yes, but I'm just saying, some policies, when people go down in the state capitol, it gets done, right? So, I'm just wondering, we've been talking about, school board, it's more than 4 minutes, right?
Oh, yeah.
And how, you don't know, what goes into it, how some people can get the money, some people can't get it next year. So, I'm just saying, as delegates, what is our strategy to make sure that this gets changed so we can have the money that we need for our school district? I understand the whole levels of it.
Yeah.
But
your role as a delegate is to represent us and vote the way that we are, after we're discussing it, to adopt this particular language to act policy, and that's it. But it's a big, broader issue than that. I'm sitting next to David Oliveira, who is a business administrator, but David Oliveira is also a board civic committee of the New Jersey Association of School Business Officials. And so, at a larger picture, there's a lot of, as David knows, testify, where their association will testify, and the school boards testify on these issues. That, and with more of those associations testifying,
then something might happen. And I'll give you an example of right now, why we're at this position where what's in law right now is that we would have lost all that money that poor David talks about, the 13 million based on the formula. But the legislature has adopted budgetary language for 1 year that says you can't raise any more than 800,000, which can't get any more than, 3%, but you can't get any more than 6%. But that's not law. See, so but by us keeping this message going forward based on individual districts, that hopefully eventually they will sit down and consider changing some of the pieces of the formula that makes sense.
I mean, it's ultimately up to the legislators, but at least this gives them a little more power on like the whole believing statements.
But I wanted to say publicly, Loretta, it's great that you're getting involved, because the more people that understand this process, the stronger we'll be. You know, I've seen that to be the president of the Galway Board of Education. We are all boards of education, so we're the same, of the New Jersey Association. And when we get together, we're going to try and make change. And that's what we're trying to do. You now have a role in it, representing us.
The reason why I'm asking is I'm down there on another level.
Yeah.
And I see how things get done faster when we unite. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
The progressiveness of
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking.
It's been a sticky issue for the state of New Jersey since 2008. This is a big.
Yeah, it needs to get fixed for sure. So are there any board members who do not agree with the resolution number 4?
I do not have it. And I have a food writer where I don't think you know much more
Okay.
So what I want, either Dr. Connors, who's our delegate.
No,
or
Loretta versus our delegate.
whoever makes it, there, to ask, stop by at the legal table and ask them to, update the recommendation portion of it. And the reason why is this resolution only talks about highlands. It leaves out highlands, many districts are affected by highlands also. And our district, Piscataway, is now part of highlands for highlands. But what it is part of is state. We have a lot of land in Piscataway that is owned by the state, from which our town cannot develop property for a warehouse or residential buildings, right? And collect taxes from it. We're blocked out. And there are many similar districts around New Jersey that cannot develop on state-owned land. So I want our delegate to stop at the legal table on the day of assembly and ask that the recommendation portion of it be recommended and edited. So you're basically keeping the way it is, you're just adding something at
Like
the
an amendment?
end of it, yeah. If you like, I can read the whole thing.
No.
But I will send an email. And if that fails to pass, then I'm asking if the motion fails to pass, then you ask NJSBA committee conduct a study on the resolution, basically creating a record that we voted this.
Board member, Patel.
One second, I'm not sure. Were you done, Mr. Patel?
Yes.
Okay. Just one thing, I just didn't catch the conduct of study part. I don't know if I understand.
So if the motion fails to pass, and so you asking me, yes.
Board Member Patel, if the recommendations are to a specific resolution written by a specific district. So the language that is written as a recommendation is the result of a statewide resolution subcommittee to come up with this language with the NJSBA staff to add to the policy. It is not about amending the resolution that was submitted. And my recommendation to you are to in the future to write a separate resolution with those concerns, because the concerns that you have are not embodied in this particular resolution. This language will be added to a policy. It's not specific to the Highlands, it's not specific to the Highlands, it's not specific to a study. It's specific to broad language that is added to a policy.
That already exists?
That already exists. And that's what I think the misunderstanding is. That's why I've been saying, if we as a board want to write a policy, a resolution based on what you're saying, I think that's a better approach than trying to amend someone else's resolution with already agreed to broad policy language to add to the overall policy. So that's what because otherwise, otherwise, I don't think it would be effective in terms of adding to the policy.
So, what NJSBA Delegate Assembly does when such resolutions are presented is to take a resolution, and that resolution might be very narrow to their own district. So this Delegate Assembly and the work that goes before the Delegate Assembly in creating this book. And what they do is they make a recommendation. Right?
Yes.
In the recommendation, they broaden it out. If something is narrow, specific to only one or two districts, they broaden it out.
You're asking that to be broadened.
They already do it, so they do not mention, for example, Highlands in their recommendation. They broaden it out. So I had this conversation with NJSBA Legal Counsel, and that's how, I'm new to this, and I'm learning the process.
Right.
But this can be done, and this is how it can be done from the NJSBA Legal Counsel. And that's why I have the right or steps on how to do it.
I think it's important that you did take the time to go through that process, and I appreciate you so very much. So I would like to definitely have Ms. Rivers, myself, and our other board members.
I would just add one thing, because it's complex, right? And it's happening this Saturday. So we try, if not, then we work on the resolution that is working on the resolution.
It's great, though. I think that what you put forth, though, I think you should take
But I would
into
prefer that Mr. would try what I'm asking. It's a small amendment at the end of the recommendation portion. The paper that Dr. Thomas did, where it ends the word locally.
Yes.
You're adding some more. Yes, I will see on the TV, and I have a few versions depending on Dr. Thomas. It's limited time on the market.
I think they do give you a certain amount of time, which I would say that we're probably coming close to the time for ourselves.
I know, but I would say on this particular one, that we take a vote here whether or not we as a Piscataway make an amendment to this.
Right. So
I would take a vote on that.
So as our own school board, do we want to add Mr. Patel's petition of? Yes.
So I believe that on the NJSBA's website, you had time to comment on the resolution, which I have. Now, if you would like me to give comments at the podium tomorrow, I can take comments.
Well, we usually take, you know, our yay or nay for the delegate assembly for the resolution. But I can give you a comment at that point.
Before you reach the podium, before the assembly starts, I think we have to reach the legal, desk, and, we will, so where this ends, this portion ends, and you ask me, this is the speaking part. Yes. And it's, I timed it, and I'm pretty slow speaker, so this fits.
And if they stop me, I say, I'm going to
Okay, thank you. All right, I agree that, you know, seeing as, you know, we're asking our delegate assembly to add an amendment, I think that we as a school board should at least comment whether we wish, Madam Rivers to, actually do what Mr. Patel is asking her to do. So I personally have no, you know, opposition to, seeing if there's any way that we can amend that, if it actually is necessary or not. So I think taking it to the legal minds that are there that day, which is what Mr. Patel is asking for, I'm okay with that position. I think that once we're there, they will let us know, yeah, you know, that does apply or that doesn't. I think that myself, I don't claim to understand exactly all of what is going on in that research that Mr. Patel has so lovingly created for us. So I would appreciate reviewing it, and but seeing as he did put the time and effort in, I would say personally I would be okay with Ms. Rivers taking that to the NJSBA legal folks on the day of. All right, that's just my position.
No objection.
No objection.
Connors?
Well, I object to us as a delegate make an amendment to what has already been recommended by the resolution subcommittee.
Dr. Nelson? No objection?
I have no objection.
Okay.
I will not, regard the resolution, but I will do that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I
That's a good way to go about it. Thank you.
We're not changing the resolution part, just the recommendation part.
So Madam Rivers, as the delegate, I appreciate your comment, and we're gonna move on. So now we're going back to the resolution number 4, and, shoot, I'm sorry. I do all, no, but wait. No, we were only making comment to the amendment. Now we're actually gonna say, do we agree with resolution number 4? That's what Madam President was saying, if I was so.
I comment on the amendment was supported 7-1, is that what I read?
No, 7, no.
I thought you said we support commenting on the amendment.
Commenting, yes.
Yes. So, yeah, 6-2, I'm just making a comment about the.
You said she supported commenting on the amendment.
Yes.
Yeah, but she does not support amendment.
No, I'm in agreement with that.
Right, everybody gets,
I agree with making
okay.
comments.
So 1 second, let me just clear this up. Number 1, I asked if people agree with making, Ms. Rivers making an amendment. Most of us said we agree, the only person that said they wouldn't is Dr. Connors. Then Ms. Rivers said she didn't agree with making the amendment, that she agrees, she brought up a different whole subject, which is making comments. So, if that's the case, now we have to go back through and say, folks, do we agree with Mrs. Rivers' recommendation not to amend, but to comment? So, Mr. Patel, do you agree with Ms. Rivers commenting, not amending? Just yes or no is what I need.
It's complicated, so you have to make a comment, to make the change.
Okay, so is that a yes?
Yes to making the comment.
Okay. Dr. Nelson? Okay. I agree with Mrs. Rivers making a comment, not an amendment.
I agree with that.
I agree.
I make,
Okay, wait, we're done with agreeing. We're done with agreeing. Now we are moving on to resolution number 4 as it stands. The amendment part of it didn't pass. So we're moving on to resolution number 4.
As the board secretary, I'm totally confused where the board stands. I'll just say that.
What I,
So,
Let's-
as I understand,
okay,
Mr. Patel is requesting that comments be made that you will share in full to amend the resolution. You just want the comments to be presented, is that correct?
yeah, just comment without presenting the team, right? So first we have to, before the process starts, assembly starts, we have to go to the leader, of course the leader, there, and there's a form we have to fill out, and we have to, specify what changes we want to make. In this case, in the recommendation portion, we're adding where it's the last word open, period. After that, we're adding couple more sentences.
About the Highlands and the state-owned areas, correct?
Yes. And once that is done, and then the assembly starts, and the resolution 4 comes up, that's when, Ms. Rivers can line up, to give her remarks and comments about it.
But I just have one point of
And
order.
if it does not pass there, then, in the comments, I'm asking to make additional, request.
I'm sorry, Mr. Patel. So we understand that you want the comments, that if it doesn't pass, to go to the, a research study about these things, correct? Now, what I wanna just have a consensus on, I think that most board members, from what I'm sensing, and I may be wrong, are okay with either way, either the amendment or the comments, except for, the delegate assembly herself and the alternate. So in my position as, the president of this board right now, I would like to say that we need to move on from this particular, space. And if I'm getting the recommendation from the delegate assembly and the alternate to the delegate assembly, that they do not wish to add the amendment that you are, proposing, perhaps we should take that on advisement and think about that for the next delegate assembly, which we will have more time for, and we could perhaps come up with our own resolution. So that's gonna be my suggestion, and I'm going to now say if we want to do that, which is now, I think, the 4th iteration of what we were talking about. Okay, so I am proposing that we do not make the amendment, that we allow Ms. Rivers to make comment on that day, and that we ask Mr. Bertel to take the research and the wording that he has worked on and to present at another time to the board members, so that we can then therefore come up with our own resolution in this matter for the next delegate assembly in November. That's my suggestion. Ms. Rivers?
Yes.
Mr. Patel, are you satisfied with this? Yes or no?
Now I understand.
Oh, okay. We're gonna have you abstain then, and, Dr. Nelson?
I understand what Prashad is saying, because
Okay.
that's how you do it. Like, someone can write a resolution, and you can agree with part of the resolution or some of it, and you might wanna add something, so you do go to the proper authorities, because these are not your words.
Right.
So you have to get clearance. You may get it, you may not. So, if we wait longer, it's just go longer, so if Ms. Rivers, she can say whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
The delegation does not have to approve it or support it.
Right.
But it's just your voice out there. It doesn't do anything to you. It's not gonna put a bad mark against it or anything. That's what the delegation is about, because it's about policy.
That's what I'm saying, because I see complete.
Right.
You can't change these words here at all.
But I did say, well,
Yeah, you
speak on the comment.
She did.
I said that.
Okay.
Yes, I know that.
Oh.
All right, so we have two abstaining, then we don't have quorums. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we do.
Yeah,
We do.
that's what he's saying. Yeah.
Okay, yes, stand up, do whatever you need to do. But so you're abstaining, Dr. Nelson? Or you're agreeing to the
I'm
original
agreeing.
amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I made the suggestion, so I agree.
I agree with what you had said, and I agree with our delegate, and,
Okay,
I agree
with what?
with what you said.
Okay. Waiting till November to make a new resolution. Okay, I just wanna make sure people are knowing what we're agreeing to.
I agree with both you and, Ms. Rivers.
Okay, yes. Mr. King.
So yeah, so I both said yes to the amendment and I also said yes to the comment.
Right.
The two people who are involved in this more than the rest of us.
Right.
Said that they do not, agree we're going to do the amendment.
Right.
So I have to defer to their expertise. So I guess because of that, I have to agree with your solution to the matter. So, yeah.
Okay, so, Mr. Secretary, I think where we're at is that for resolution number 4, our board is saying that the majority of us agree with Ms. Rivers making comments to the delegate assembly for the addition of the wording of the pylons and the state-owned, and that we as a board put forth perhaps some investment into the work that Mr. Patel has done in order to think about perhaps making our own resolution in November.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way we're gonna vote on resolution number 4. Is that okay? Yes, yes, okay. All right. Okay. Yes, we're moving on now. Resolution number 5. Oh, wait.
She will approve the resolution?
Yes, she will approve the resolution, yes. Approve. Okay. Resolution number 5, Ms. Rivers?
It's got procurement for instructional materials. So the recommendation, is that the purchaser of textbooks and other curriculum materials should be provided with a wide array of consumer information on available programs and products and systems in making informed selections. When purchasing such materials, districts should employ strategies that promote the efficient use of taxpayers' resources where it is practical to do so.
I'm confused by this one because I think that that's something that we all should be doing already, and I don't think that we necessarily need to support this measure. I don't know. Does anyone?
It's something that we already do, but you don't wanna not support it because
Correct.
then it can start pushing things toward a different direction.
Okay. What's your recommendation, Ms. Rivers?
So I just want to read the other part too. NJSB believes that the statewide procurement policies for instructional materials and digital educational resources should promote equitable pricing, transparency, cooperative purchasing opportunities, and responsible fiscal stewardship while fully preserving local board authority over curriculum decisions and voluntary participation in statewide purchasing agreements.
Yes.
Respectfully, can I just ask that you really carefully read the language in this?
Yeah, you said that.
Because this is more than just, as I read it, and I could be mistaken, more than just purchasing. I'm looking in the book. this is not just about procurement. This is about having a say in, not that boards shouldn't, but how far does the board go in determining what materials are selected for children?
That is what I don't.
And I'm, if I just put, I'm just gonna say 2 words, book ban.
Sorry, say it again?
Book ban.
Because I don't think that.
I think this is more than just procurement. I could be mistaken, but I think this is more than just procurement.
Right, I mean, the wording of the recommendation of the wording to be added, whatever current policy they have, is that the NJ, they keep it broad, if they say the NJSB believes that purchasers of textbooks and other curriculum materials should be provided with a wide array of consumer information on available programs and products to assist them in making informed selections. When purchasing such materials, the district should employ strategies that promote the efficient use of taxpayer resources where it's practical to do so. That is what the language that we voted on.
But they should be doing that anyway.
So that's,
Well,
I
then
think there's more to it, right? So the Board of Education that's bringing this forward is the Glen Rock Board of Education, right?
Right.
In
Birmingham.
Birmingham.
What is the current, procurement interpretation? Does anybody know?
You're supposed to go through, so if it's done correctly, you're supposed to go through, establish a committee, go through curriculum review. If you bring forth the curriculum, the companies that you have, present to the board reviews the curriculum, the board decides the curriculum resources, the board decides if this is a direction they wanna go or not. So the process, to me, from what I understand, I could be mistaken, already exists.
Right.
There may be some superintendents or others who try to push things through, and the committee doesn't know. I just say, just be mindful, and maybe there's some questions that folks may wanna ask at that time. You're right, in the way that it's written, it is pretty broad in nature, as you noted, what the recommendation is. But this is more than just the purchasing, this is actually about,
What materials the children are gonna get.
which I'm not opposed to, because you want it, the board should have a bird's eye view on what, because you're approving it. You're gonna approve if you spend $2 million in purchasing open court, I'm just using that as an example, that's our most recent
Right.
purchase.
And the whole purpose of this process is that the delegate gets to hear all of this, and then we make a vote as to what we want our delegate to oppose or approve. That's the purpose. And I know it's getting late, we want to get out of here. I just want to thank everyone, because we have not been doing this.
Right.
So it only, when the delegate assembly happens, it's been one person who votes at that time. We are now taking the time to actually discuss some of these resolutions as to whether we would support them or not.
Right.
And I thank you for that, and it makes it a richer process. And thank you for that time. So, Madam President?
Yes.
What I was hearing is that there was some opposition to the statement of recommendation of this policy language. Remember, we're voting on policy language.
Right.
To Gail's point. So the delegate, we can instruct the delegate to oppose this.
Yeah.
I just wanna, I don't want you necessarily to,
No.
I just want folks to make sure they're reading everything in it, because this one right here, yes, I think at the spirit of the, with the policy, well, I believe the policy's already there, but at the spirit of what should be happening, boards of education should have a say in what curriculum materials
Right,
apply to their districts.
Right.
Already that should be in place. Something must be going on.
In this specific place that doesn't seem to be happening.
Well, it is, I'm not reading all of it. We don't have the whole book, but on page 107, it does say it ensures that no such legislation or procurement reform shall mandate the adoption of specific instructional materials or vendors, transfer curriculum decision-making authority from local school board of education, require district participation in statewide contracts. So it's in there, but I'm not reading all, because it's on the website. You can just click on the link and you'll have the whole book to review. So we're on-
What page you on?
This is page 107.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
Okay? But it is.
I feel neutral, I don't know. I feel neutral.
Thank
right, because realize that the resolution subcommittee has had a meeting April 14th with representatives from across the state and with the NJSBA staff who are experts in the policy. And that's where this is the research that the staffers have done, and they list it, before the resolution. And they'll be doing the same thing at the delegate assembly. They'll be reading their positions.
Okay, so, should we go around the table? We start on this side?
Yeah, I don't see anything that I have a problem with it.
Likewise.
I don't know.
Okay, I'm neutral.
I'm gonna be.
Wait, I'm on Dr. Nelson right now, Prashant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Patel, I'm sure you've reviewed this, what do you think?
No, actually, this one I did review it and I was on the call and I haven't researched it.
Oh.
I was on that call.
Ms. Rivers?
I'm in favor.
You're in favor. So we have more,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, yep. So we're good, we can move forward with, this body does approve with resolution number 5.
So it was 5 yes and 3 abstains? What was, neutral isn't really an option?
Yeah,
Yes, no, or abstain?
I abstain.
Yes.
Okay. So 2 abstains and 6 yeses. Okay. We are moving on to resolution number 6. This is our last one, which is resolution number 6, guys.
This is governance of vocational technical schools. I might need some clarity and help with this one, Dr. Conlon. Oh, sorry, Superintendent, okay, I need help with this one.
So this is about what? The resolution of the representation for sending districts on county vocational school boards.
The governance of vocational and technical schools, and, well, the rationale here is that governance and advisory structure for county vocational and technical school districts should reflect the shared financial and educational responsibilities between counties and local sending school districts. The association supports statutory and regulatory changes that promote greater transparency, fiscal accountability, and collaboration in decisions related to tuition rates, capital planning, enrollment capacity, and program expansion. They also believe that the governance model for county vocational technical schools should encourage the creation of advisory structure that allows local district officials to review tuition methodology, long-term capital plans, and fiscal impact prior to adoption.
Yeah.
It also, the policy governs tuition increases for county vocational technical schools, should include mechanisms that promote fiscal predictability and public transparency, consistent with the principle of and responsibilities of the budget applied to other public school districts in New Jersey. I don't know anything about, because we have vocational school here, and I'm very confused about vocational school and our public school here, so.
As the former state director for the Department of Education who is in charge of this area has been a sensitive topic for a long time. And our county vocational, 21 in the state, tend to have some advantages that our traditional school districts don't have. Yes, they're public entities, but they do operate with a few different rules. And because of the funding structure, where they get their funding from, there are some unique advantages that our county vocational schools are able to do, specifically create programs of study and pathways that are not cost effective or cost prohibitive for local districts like ours, mostly high schools, right? So this is asking that local districts have representation at the table when decisions are being made, especially around tuition rate increases, enrollment practices for students, who's selected and who may not be selected. Middlesex County tends to be a little different, but if you go outside of Middlesex County, there are spaces across southern and some northern New Jersey county vocational where things change and this local districts don't have the same equal opportunity to provide their students, and they lose those students. And when those students go to the county votes, the local district's responsible for paying for those students. to go
Right,
there.
tuition.
And therefore, they don't wanna lose their students. If we knew in advance we're gonna create a television and film program, then maybe we could create the same one and keep our students instead of losing them. So this is really about keeping funds in your district and then have a seat at the table. One of the things that's come out recently has been tuition increases and understanding how that rate happens.
And having them be responsible also to the local district who's gonna be sending to them, is that right?
Local
That's what it
district,
sounds like.
I'd like to know, yeah. Again, the students, if they get accepted to the county vocational schools, and that's where the parent wants them to go, so be it. However, at least let us have an understanding of how the rates change. Similar conversation that's been held when you talk about out-of-district placement rates and how they change over time. Local boards want to have representation from the district to be able to say, we understand the methodology, how the rates are changing, and what the money is being directed towards, outside of the Perkins funds that they receive.
And I would agree, and that is reflected in what the recommendation is in terms of the, additional policy language in the resolution subcommittee had put this language forward. And, it basically says everything that you just said.
So, given that, information, and review from, our superintendent, I definitely understand that resolution as it is stated in here, and I agree that our, school district would want to have a seat at that table to understand what those, tuition rates will be and what different programs are gonna be offered at, our, different vocational schools. We want to ask any of our board members, if you guys have any comment to that. It looks like maybe Dr. Nelson? Okay.
I'd be willing to converse with you tomorrow, if necessary, so you're prepared.
I'm okay with the way it is, but I would prefer that there were additional things in this resolution to advocate for C at the charter schools too. Charter school board members or boards, they're picked out, they're not publicly elected. And we
That sounds
end
like
up
another
sending our,
resolution.
we end up sending our money to the charter schools.
Yeah.
But we have no say in
That sounds like another whole ball of wax, Mr. Patel.
it. It is.
But doesn't really have to be one of the four rights. Can't they just change the verbiage to say, technical schools and charter schools?
The issue with the charter school, what I'm saying is.
What you're voting on is specific language to be added to a policy. You're not voting on a specific,
Right.
and that's where it gets exciting.
If I may, I might be a little off, but just because of the county vocational process and funding stream versus charter schools are public, and that's really their kind of different category.
Yeah. So, Patel, yes. Dr. Nelson, yes. Myself, yes.
Yes.
Dr. Connors, yes. 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 And yes. So we are agreeing. I'm gonna make a suggestion for November that we have a separate meeting to discuss the delegate assembly. May we try to look for a date and a time, probably in October, that we can have some time for those individual board members who are wanting to, dive in to the delegate assembly a little deeper. Yes.
Can we have a work?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Bring Marion and get the credit.
We don't need that.
We don't need no more credits, now we're gonna be master certified. But we can discuss that.
No, I think we can have a retreat with the topic being delegate assembly.
Yeah.
And, that would, we can
Yeah,
have.
we can definitely do that.
And before the meeting where
Yeah.
this resolutions are discussed, I think we're here.
So we'll have to
Not
look
before
at the calendar. We'll have to look at the calendar. Okay, that was new business. Is there any other new business?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Just pray for me on Saturday.
I'm gonna pray for all of us on Saturday who might be attending the delegate assembly. We're gonna pray for all of us.
I could have 600
Ms.
people
Hawes?
from the day.
Yes.
With the graduation being on June 18th and our next meeting being on June 11th, how do we get back to the young lady that came tonight?
Oh, Mr. Glover said that he's gonna take care of that, I guess, right?
Based on, so, couple of things. As the board steps back away from the beauty, but also the emotions of tonight, it's incumbent upon me to look at if there's any current policy in place about graduation and presentation at graduation, number one. Number two, to look at what has taken place historically, and knowing that this would be setting precedent if it's something outside of what we traditionally have done. So I just want to be clear. I will confer with our board attorney to make sure that we're covering all the bases, because, and we also, and just to be clear, we have a copy of what is read and we vetted, because we have known of graduation ceremonies where students may have had public statements to one audience, and then it goes off the rails in that ceremony. So I just want to make sure I cover all the bases, confer with President at the June 11th board meeting, come back to the board, and we can formally, I would recommend formally put in writing so that we can be clear. But every board member should put their eyes on it, be in approval of what is said, make sure it fits all of our standards of ethics. So there's a few things I want to just confer with our board attorney as well as our board.
And I would recommend, it's actually policy 5460.1 on commencement activities. That is our policy. So read it.
He wants us all to review that policy.
Read that policy.
He's saying, read the policy so
policy.
you know what you're talking about.
So that way, you'll all know.
Okay, again, Mr. Go ahead.
Otherwise,
What's the number?
it's policy 5460.1 on commencement activities.
Thank you.
Is it one more statement?
Say it again. He's gonna
One
email
more
you.
recommendation.
Okay, Ms. Hawk has a recommendation.
I think it's beautiful, it's very emotional. I would recommend instead of reading the whole thing, just a part of it.
The whole thing.
I think.
That's something we will have to discuss.
I appreciate it again, I just want to, like I said, I will put the policy and see, anything, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All right. Can I have a motion to adjourn? That was Patel, and then Dr. Nelson with a second. Dr. Nelson has a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nope.
Okay, the meeting is now closed.